Well, there we go. We are live. And welcome to those of you that are here. I'm sending you much love. Whoops, give me a second. I can hear a voice in the other computer. It's going to wind me up. I'm going to be 1 second, not 10 seconds. Big apologies. I had a YouTube open somehow on my other computer in the other room, and I could hear my voice echoing back at me. And it's not ideal. It's not the kind of the way I like to roll. So here we are. We're looking at a very interesting discussion. I find this discussion absolutely fascinating and exciting. And the chain of life. Well, how did we get to this topic? I didn't get to it in the usual way. Actually, it was Gabriel, the slick dissident, that actually mentioned it. And for those of you that don't know Gabriel, the slick dissident, and he really is slick. You never know. He might join us tonight. Let's take a look and see. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Today has been a very much lastminute.com affair, as it often is with me. I spend so much time whispering at bushes, less time writing down on paper and planning. So what happens is what happens. But yeah, so Gabriel started talking about the chain of life, and it's something that's been very close to my heart. For those of you that have watched the Bush Whisperer Speaks series, you may have come across it. You may have noticed it. You may have seen how it rolls. And so it's a bit of a big deal for me personally. And so yeah, basically there's a many aspects to how this conversation is going to go, and it's going to go everywhere from the, excuse me while I do this, multitasking. Apparently men aren't very good at multitasking, so I'm going to take the lady's word for it and accept that that's how it is. So yeah, the chain of life is something that I've covered extensively, and it continually comes up in the Bush Whisperer Speaks series in various different parts of the series. And it's a fascinating discussion, actually. So it might be worth considering to look at some of the aspects in which the way that I have considered it myself. And I will break that down for you. So basically it's like this. For those of you that want to get like more deep into the chain of life discussion, go and take a look at the Bush Whisperer Speak series, and welcome and namaste to those of you that have joined. I am now fully present. I was partially present a moment ago. You might have seen my eyes wandering. I was sharing a link in my Telegram. So the chain of life is an extensive part of the human condition. And we take for granted our sense of individuality. We take for granted this engine of free will, this exercise of choice. I should check my audio. Let me know how my audio is coming through to you guys, by the way. If there's any issues there, I'll take a look while I'm talking. So the chain of life represents, think of it like this. The organs create chains with various different tissues. to create systems in the body. And the systems are all chained together in a cosmic chain to create a balance of harmonies so that the systems can move in cooperation. This is a chain of life. Our thoughts move in chains, right? Little chains. One thought cascades into another thought, cascades, and they're like links in a chain. And it's like a chain of a motorbike or a bicycle going round and round and round. All these revolutions of thought. When we look at the chain of life, we can also consider it in terms of the ancestral chain that brings us here. Namaste to those of you that are just joining. Hope you're having an amazing weekend. I think this is going to be quite a out there conversation. Very much a subjective, ethereal topic, essentially. People are going to be coming a bit later, as per usual. Time zone changes have put us in this situation. But getting back to the topic, so, there are all these various kinds of chains. The chain of life also represents co-workers in a company, all playing different roles, positions, in order to create a construct so that construct can operate. The chains are really systems of operation, whereby specialized units can fit together in a system of cooperation in order to produce a dynamic harmony that reflects the ideologies and the goals of that particular chain. And even within a company or corporation, there are numerous chains, right? There'll be supply chains, right? There'll be financial chains, blockchains, right? There'll be the chain of command, right? The military, they have a chain of command. And then there'll be a boardroom where there'll be a chain, people connected in a chain, a circular round table of sorts, where decisions get made and votes get placed. And so everybody moves their piece of the chain in a particular direction and sort of moves the wheel of the proverbial machine, the steering wheel, if you will, to drive this vehicle that is being created. So there are many different types of chains to consider. And of course, then there's the chain of causal interaction, the causal chain of cause and effect that becomes a cause that moves from cause to effect, becoming effect to a cause. This is a chain system. And if we look at the principles of hermetics, it's very, very interesting, right? Okay, probably a good place to start is hermetics. I always like starting at the beginning. There's something wonderfully simple, yet profound in the systemic thought of the hermetic tradition. Is everything on track here? Everything looks like it's working. And so essentially, when we look at the hermetic, we can consider it in such a fashion that fundamentally there is the 7 principles, base principles. Namaste, dear brother Dan. How are you doing? I hope you're well, man. I hope you're thriving. Lovely to have you here. So we could look at the hermetic tradition and we could look at how these chains come into being. So there's 7 principles. You've probably come across them elsewhere. There's the principle of mentalism, right? There's the principle of all things are a mental projection. Everything is essentially a mental reality that then goes through a series of processes and gets experienced as physicality. And then there is I like to call it the coordinating principle, which is that all things are in correspondence with other things, and that there are these proverbially secret correspondences between things that connect them, chains of correspondence, right? So there are these correspondence chains that connect all things to other things. And I want you to also, looking at the first principle, that the first principle is the proverbial chain, that all things that exist, that can be considered, that can be realized, that can be experienced, are essentially mental objects, mental concepts, mental reality. And that all of these aspects of the mental reality are in a state of total unity within the first sphere, within the first principle of Hermes. In this plane of mentalism, there can be no division, there can be no separation, there can be nothing removed from the mentalist sphere, there can be nothing changed. So essentially, what we're looking at here is a changeless, fixed state of being. How does this equate to these moving, shifting, transforming realities that we're living in and through in this world? When we look at the mentalist, it's quite simple, really. Namaste, Mexico. I hope you're good, smiling, and thriving. So within this mentalist sphere, we've got all things from every aspect bound within a proverbial chain of unity. I want us to consider it. This is why there can be no division, why there can be no change, why there can be nothing removed from it or nothing added to it, why it never changes in any aspect, because it already has all the possible changes that can ever have, will have happened, will happen, are all within the embryonic form of the first principle of Hermes, already active. Think about that for a moment. So everything is so profoundly chained to each other in a state of perfect unity that it represents the Sastra chakra. Thank you, whoever did that. Yeah, people, don't be scared to share this live and to crank a like onto it. I forget. So all things are bound within the Sastra chakra, and if you look at the Sastra chakra, it's traditionally 1,000-petaled lotus or 96 petals, and each petal is a different color, representing all the possible qualities that could be part of this changing world of continuity, of shifting possibilities that change in total flux, but all are bound within that one lotus. And so all the changes that we experience are these 1,000 petals, possibilities, mixed in different variations and continually mixing in different variations, different patterns, different combinations, in order to create a different reality. And all of these very subtle shifting dials that are spinning within each other, we consider these the turning of the proverbial wheels of life, are moving through all the other chakras. So when we look at this, it's quite an interesting concept when you really get right down to it and you focus on it. The first principle, the Sastra chakra, is the chakra of samadhi. It is the fundamental. It is where we are ready to transcend all form, all aspects of form, all aspects of change, all aspects of growth, and enter into the primordial state of being, which is the pure state of the causal reflection, that which came before the soul. Excuse me. There we go. Wow. So that's what causes that sound. Interesting. Just checking that it stopped. So this causal change of sound and vibration and movement and energy that we experience are the different permutations of something that is bound in an infinite, eternal chain of perfection. That's the first principle of Hermes, the plane of mentalism. The second aspect is the correspondence chains that chain all things to other things in sequences of correspondence. And the deeper we go into the recognition of the correspondence chains and the realization we realize that there are maps within maps within maps of maps within maps, and different fractal relationships and versions of the ways in which these chains fit together. We call this quantum entanglement. This is a chain of static movement that produces all of the variations of the unity. Why the monad becomes the duad and the triad and all of these things. And then there is the vibration. Now, a vibration is a chain of sounds. A chain of sounds cascading one after another in a sequence. And this chain of sounds becomes the vibrational, manifestational way in which the mental sphere is able to reflect into the physical through this correspondence chains set up by the quantum entanglement field, which are the principle of correspondence. And so we see this vibrational chain reflecting this chain of correspondences, all manifesting the infinite static chain of being. And these three principles then recombine. And in the recombination of these three principles, we then get the polarity. Now, the polarity is very interesting. This is what exists between the chain links. Where one link in a chain meets another link in a chain, we have a polarity. Where that other chain links another link in a chain, we have a polarity. I want you to think of circuits in series. Circuits in series. And so circuits in series reflect this principle of polarity, which is the fundamental structure of the chain's connections. Then the next hermetic principle is the principle of rhythm. Now, rhythm reflects how these patterns cascade and repeat themselves, because there has to be repetition. There are only so many aspects within the Sahasrara chakra, within the mentalism sphere, that are being quantum entangled to produce all these alternative possibilities, which are then bound in this vibrational field of chain of sounds, which is then held together by the polarities. The polarities holding it together create distinction, create silence between the sounds. And so we have these patterns that reflect the polarities. And these patterns can then be observed as rhythm. So rhythm is how these chains are structured. Polarity is how these chains are bound. And these three aspects also combine to form cause and effect. The causal loop, that the first link in the chain leads to the next link in the chain, that leads to the next link of the chain, which is a reflection of the polarity and the rhythm, which is binding all three of these other aspects in the chain, so that we know that the one chain link connecting to the other chain link is going to produce the next chain link, and it will be as per the golden phi ratio, right? So the addition of this chain and this chain will add up to form the next chain link, and the addition of the next chain link and the next chain link will add up to form the next chain link. And this is how phi works. So the cause and effect principle is the culmination of these three chains that are firstly connected by the polarizing power, structured by the rhythmic essence, and completed by the cause and effect, in order that every chain links to the chain after it, so that this perfect mathematics can become a structure that we experience life through. When all these chains come back into synthesis, we realize that the two principles on either side of the middle link of the chain are becoming a union within the link of the chain. And so we have the masculine and the feminine principles, which is effectively the polarity, which is a reflection of the correspondence, because there's a certain relationship between polarity and correspondence. In the same way that there's a certain relationship between vibration and rhythm. In the same way that there's a relationship between mentalism and polarity. And when we start to conceptualize this, between mentalism and cause and effect, because the effect becomes the cause and the cause becomes the effect. So we've got a static dynamic relationship. The fundamental structure is static, but it reflects itself as dynamic. And this is because of these 6 principles, which is why we see the hexagon as being so important, and the cube of Saturn, and the Anahata chakra, the hexagon, the Merkaba being central to many of the spiritual traditions. And we look at the zodiac and we see these 6 planets around the central planet. And this is why we've adhered to this notion of sacred number 7. And then the generation is the next octave of the entire spectrum, whereby all these separate parts are put back together again. So we have the one fundamental mentalism that splits off to become 5 fingers of a hand, which makes 6 principles. And then the 5 fingers of the hand contract back towards a state of unity, so that the generation becomes the consummation of all of the 3 first principles within a structure, binding it through the 3 principles that follow it in order to become the 7th principle. So what we're looking at here are 7 principles in a chain, each principle itself a chain, because the 7th principle of generation chains all the other 6 principles together. And it is the chaining principle. So we see that in life, everything works like this: circles, chakra, as they say in India. Everything is moving in cycles: the moon, the sun, the seasons, birth, youth, maturity, old age, passing from the world. These cycles are all a dynamic path, a dynamic passage through being that brings us into a state of recognition. Listen to the word recognition. Recognition. So a cog is a central thing that turns a what? A chain, right? Cogs turn chains, that's what they do. And the chain turning around the cog produces nishan. What is nishan? Nishan is, it's relating to fire, because the n represents transformation, nun, the transformative potential, which is rather fundamental, the fish. Namaste, dear Rob. I hope you're good. Hope you're well. It's been a while, brother. How's the British Isles treating you? So, cognition, this nishan, the nun, the fish in the beginning, represents transformation. It represents the seed that produces time. T represents the Tau cross, represents time's fundamental axis. E represents that high potential, which is a reflection of the mentalist principle. We see it as Virgo. That's very much within the mental domain of mindfulness and the activations of the mental body, and is drawn as a sperm in the old glyphs, which represents the beginning, the virgin, Virgo. And so it then represents this virgin potential, which is a beginning of something that holds time, ignite, ion. And an ion is once again bringing this dynamic expression of this beginning principle of the sperm, of Yod, into its wheel of transformation, where the O represents the nail that connects the I to the N. So we have ion. And an ion is thus a valence shift. And the shifting valencies of ions has got to do with the movement of energy from one state or one frequency of vibration to another. So ignition means to start the process, right? And so cognition is that continuity of the turning of the mental sphere that keeps all the wheels turning, that produces this reality through the mental sphere of thinking and experiencing the emotional plane, that is the spiritual reflection of life that becomes manifest through us, through our beings. So when we look at how these words fit together, we see them reflecting and binding these 7 principles. Namaste, much love, Dustin. How are you doing? Are you good? Are you good? I hope you're all well. I hope you're all thriving. Mexico, I hope your pizza madness is going well, by the way. Mexico's making pizza madness. So Mexico's in and out in pizza heaven, I'm sure. I still have yet to taste one of those amazing pizzas. And so these cogs are turning the chains that churn thought. And notice I say churn. We've got these ancient stories about churning the milk, churning the oceans in order to produce the potentials for life to come into being. And so we can see how the 7 principles are a chain of chains that become the chains of life. On one level, from a conceptual chain of associations, I have created a series of associations and I've bound them in a chain for your consideration. I want you to consider that for a moment. So the way that the mind works, the way the communication works. Communication is expressing the chain of correspondences. Mercury. So Mercury relates to this principle of correspondence. For baby spiders all over my desk. They're going to be crawling in my pants today. If you see me jumping up, it's because I'm getting bitten in unholy places. No, every place is holy, even when you get bitten there by a spider. Baby spiders are more likely to bite than big ones because they haven't learned not to bite. What a concept. You've got to love them, though. They're so cute. And they are teaching me to become free of the fear of spider venom. So it's binding me to a chain of fearlessness. You see, we are bound through chains of fear. Okay, so now let's move out of the pure conceptual into the less abstract and into the more concrete physicality that we find ourselves living in. The most fundamental chain that I can think of is the chain of fear. And the chain of fear is such that none escape it. Everybody is afraid of something. Even when something is nothing, it becomes a thing. Because the mind tends to create objects, thought objects. Excuse me while I light my frankincense. To create a chain of beautiful odors that will feed my consciousness with terpenes to stimulate the chains within my endocannabinoid system and allow myself to become aware of the more subtle connections between different aspects of being and of thinking. So, yeah, I love frankincense. So, the chain of fear is a big one. I was very lucky as a child that I got to experience the beginnings of my fear consciously. And so there's a timestamp for me at a point where fear began. Before then, I didn't have my own fear. It wasn't mine. I didn't own it. Fear relates to ownership, right? What does ownership relate to? If something is your own, it is only yours. I want you to consider this for a moment. If it is only yours, it is not shared by the chain, conceptually. You have taken it out of the chain and said, this is no longer part of the chain. I own this. This is mine. I have mined it from the depths of these chain reactions that chain us to being and claimed it as my own. So when you own something, you become an island and you become disassociated from the chain. And that leads to people wanting to put up big walls and doors and fences. And here in South Africa, electric fences and sharp points on walls, and make sure that no one else can come into your own domain where everything that you own is, because you're all on your own in this little reality that you're sculpting for yourself, in denial of the chain of being. When you look at the indigenous cultures like the Khoisan culture, they don't have ownership. Everything's part of a chain. We are part of a chain. Nature's the chain. Every part of nature is part of a chain that connects us to this chain. How can I own this? You can't own this animal. They didn't understand the concepts of ownership in South Africa. It's one of the reasons why they got done in, sadly, because they would see these buffalo and these cows and these bulls and this livestock. Namaste, dear Lauren. How are you? How are you doing? Lovely to see you here. Yeah, one of the reasons they got done in. You're right. And the disassociation does happen so easily. We're all disassociated to a point. This is part of reassociation, I believe. Part to becoming once again healthy, to getting back in track. There's Mexico. Welcome back. How's the pizza madness treating you? I hope you're enjoying. And sounds like a lovely idea, doesn't it? Pizza madness. And it's not the bad kind of pizza. It's the homemade, the good stuff, the good stuff. So this idea of a chain, hot, ooh la la, I like hot. I'd probably like have a bowl of chilies next to it. Your day being a bit emotional. It's a very intense time because the sun is playing hiri kiri with our emotional bodies. And nature and cycles. Like I've seen the snakes doing things that they haven't been doing. Today I observed a snake in the bush right next to the path. They're not normally there. I had to show my son. I was like, come here and check this out. Under these leaves, there's a puff adder. I reckon it's a puff adder by the sound, the way it moved. I'm quite tuned into what's going on around me when I'm in the wild. I used to live in the jungle, so survival is a big thing. If you're paying attention, you survive. If you don't, when you've lived in the jungle, you tend to become very tuned in to what's going on. So I've noticed this, Lauren. There's big shifts, big changes happening energetically, and the sun is behind us. And the sun is the reflection of this chain of life of prana that connects us. When we'll get into the sun's chain, that will be the next chain to look at. But where was I? Yeah, these associations that connect us, to this to this fear that basically disconnects us from the proverbial chain is what defines our modern society in my eyes. And it's what creates much of the malady and the problems and the psychological illnesses from which we all fundamentally suffer to greater and lesser degrees. And I do get this impression that, this is meant to be the way it is because we are in this proverbial Kali Yuga. And so disassociation is part of the process of reintegration. And so this disintegrity, integration, integrity, we're noticing a lot of lies. Disintegrity, disassociation, fear, they're all fundamentally connected. Lies lead to disassociation, leads to disintegrity, leads to more fear. And so there's a chain between fear, dishonesty, disintegrity. You're either going to be who you are, you're going to be authentic, you're going to be yourself, you're going to be genuine. If you're being yourself, genuine and authentic, you'll be less fearful because there'll be less to fear. Every time we wander away from our truer place of being, we become a little more fearful. Yeah, it's difficult losing a family member, dear Lauren. But when we lose them, we gain them. It's a weird concept. Though in the moment of losing them, it's hard and it's sore and it's painful. And then at some point, we realize they are like living within us, part of our ancestral chain. But yeah, I still feel the pangs when I think about my father. And yeah, it will always be a part. Well, my condolences to you and your dad, and I hope you find beauty in the world because I'm sure that's what would be wanted and desired for you to find joy and beauty. That's funnily enough the best way to honor those that have walked beyond us. And time is seemingly so constructed as such a linear chain of events. But time in itself has a series of correspondences within the chain of time's causal unfoldment. And when we start to really look at time, there's more going on there than what meets the eye, the personal eye, and what we see and experience. And the eyes represent rhythm. Understanding the rhythms of life gives us a perspective. So big love to you, Lauren. Big hugs. Yeah, she would be. This is how this works. God bless you. Yeah, this ancestral chain is what connects us to ourselves. And so we have this fear chain that disconnects us from ourselves into our own little pockets of ownership. And then we want to compensate for the fear by owning things, owning our own belief system, owning our own possessions, owning our own place to live, owning our own, ownness, who we are. We want to define the limits of who and what we are. We want to know who we are. And so this disconnection from fear becomes a closed loop that chains us back to the beginning, because we will end up wanting to own who we are. And that will end up forcing us to recognize how we disconnected from the chain in our minds. We were never disconnected, but we repressed or suppressed the recognition and the consciousness and the awareness of the connection. So there's a lot to unpack when we look at this, really, when we consider this in its most fundamental, perspective. I think there's so much to take apart in these ideas of how these chains fit together. And there is no getting away from it. It is what it is. So fear, phi, air, the error of phi. Because phi gives us free will. And big love to you, Rob. Hope your mom's well. Learning coding. Have you been in touch with Dave? How is old Dave? Have you heard from him? Who knows? So big love to you, man. Namaste, dear brother Cosmic.
A little early today.
What an honor to have you. Yeah, it's every day. It's 1 hour earlier. I hope it's the right time. No, it must be the right time because it came on YouTube, so it must be the right time. I heard the other computer going on in case I made a mistake. The time zones change with where you guys live. We've got dear brother Cosmic here.
And you have your own daylight savings time.
Yeah, we don't have daylight saving time. We just are standard time.
Right.
Africa, there's no different time. It's just time. It's pretty cool when you live here and you don't have to deal with clock changes. So we've got dear brother Cosmic here, and Cosmic is he's connected to a chain of beings, right? And with this chain of beings, he's channeling a chain of correspondences that, when you put them together, gives one a chain of concepts that can understand how the world is put together. So I'm sure the idea of this chain of life is going to be right up Cosmic's alley. Cosmic's a really wonderful brother with a very unique way of looking at things. And it's a total honor to have you here. Welcome, dear brother. Tell us a few words about yourself and jump into the discussion.
Yeah, man. So basically, a lot of this stuff I probably mentioned before in other chats that I channel the Fae and whatnot, and the whole idea with the kind of chain of correspondence is I think of everything in terms of bubbles and reflections from different bubbles, and but by bubbles they mean kind of more like dimensional spheres, like stuff we already kind of exist in, but we don't really notice.
You still with us, yeah?
Yeah,
that wasn't
I'm still with you.
Good.
That was my
lovely. Just checking, because there have been internet things going on. It might be my end that my internet's fallen off. Yeah, you're completely right. 90% of reality we don't notice. 90% of everything that's going on inside of us we don't notice, which is really interesting. You meet someone on the road and have a conversation with them and you don't notice what shoes they're wearing or the nuances or the subtle things. And the more we start paying attention, the more we start creating attention, We tighten the links of the chain of consciousness so that it can bind the information more tightly. Tension, tightly bound bits of information so that we can take in more information, hold, become more saturated. This is what attention is, creating tension on the chain of thought and perception. And so, sorry to hear about your mom having Parkinson's, dear Rob. It's a tough one. I looked after people with Parkinson's. It's not an easy one. It's not an easy one at all, brother. I know that story only too well. Looked after a lot of people with Parkinson's and MS as well. They're similar in a way. So yeah, you know, this chain of fear separates us. The chain of love, okay. The chain of love connects us. So we've got these opposing chains, the chain of fear and the chain of love. And when we surrender to the chain of love, we become connected to everybody we love. And everybody that loves us feels connected to us. And so we start to recognize our connections when we love. When you meet a woman and you fall in love, well, what is this love that you're feeling? Think about that for a moment. What is this love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Was there a track like that?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. What
the
is love?
Night at the Roxbury's track.
There you go. You would be much more clued up to tracks. I just hear the music. I don't know. Don't really follow much.
When I
But
hear that song, like I always think of it like in a very literal sense, like there's like a baby holding up a gun to the man singing, "Baby, don't hurt me." Don't hurt me. My mind does stuff like that. I just invent new stories for things.
that's an interesting one, though, because that's exactly sort of what it is. Because
Yeah,
when we become aware of the chain of love, we become vulnerable. We drop our defenses. Our defenses, right?
right.
Ensis being end, but a continuity of ends.
Fences.
Ensis. Yeah? You have an end with a structure, or you have an ensis, which is like the endings that are all continually endings, but never quite ending, but ensis. So deaf ensis is when we become deaf to these cycles running out, and I think it's got to do with the way in which the toric field runs through its end, but it never gets to the end, does it? Just as it's getting to the end, it's beginning. So the end you never reach the end. The end is lost in the beginning. It's the toric field. It's the way of the consciousness field and manifestation. So when we become deaf to this toric field's mechanisms, we build up walls and block ourselves from this connection. But love is that chain that connects us. And we drop this deafness and we start to listen, really listen. And, you know, we get that the series of correspondences between us and who we love becomes clear. We start noticing the similarities. We start noticing that we're all different and unique, but we're alike in this way, and we're alike in this way, and we're alike in this way. And so when a man and a woman are in love for a long time, they start to look like each other. They start to sound like each other. They might almost start behaving in similar ways because we become so ingrained in this chain of sharing. We start recognizing aspects of you within me and aspects of me within you, which is what draws us together. This recognition that there is this chain of life connecting us all. So that the chain of fear and the chain of love. What do you think of the chain of love, dear Cosmic? I'd love to hear your impression.
It's interesting you think of it as a chain. I guess love can be kind of sometimes I think of it maybe in a different way, where it's not something that is a chain, but something that kind of releases us from said chain. Because I think that in a lot of ways, love has a kind of like to me, a sort of looseness, a sort of a it's the sense that when somebody like really loves you, it's that they let you really be yourself. And when you're around somebody who doesn't love you, you have to kind of get yourself guarded up. You have to almost be like, if you have like a terrible uh, partner, or you got a terrible boss or something like that, you got to like become really defensive. You become a different person, or you're at a social gathering, and maybe the people there are kind of jerks, and you have to be in a situation where it's formal, and you got to be kind of a little bit superficial, and you got to be kind of like yak it up and pretend to be nice. But when somebody just allows you to really be who you are without any kind of pretenses, it just lets you sort of open up. I think that's what sort of love really is. I think too, one of the things, one of my main guides sort of tells me is that not the Fae, but like, I don't know, just call it sort of the divine feminine, if you will. But that true love is never forced onto anyone. It always comes to one of free will and volition. And because I think that when love is forced, it becomes hurtful, it becomes harmful, it becomes essentially rape, essentially. So I think that those are sort of my thoughts.
No, absolutely. When I say the chain of love, I mean links of freedom. Each link is a link of freedom. And so we can be chained to freedom. I want us to consider this idea of being chained to freedom for a moment. And by the chain, I'm sort of looking at the links. Love creates more links between us, between people, as opposed to separating them. It brings them together. It brings them together in natural and organic ways where they feel that magnetism drawing them closer. Like, we want to see our families. We want to see our loved ones. We want to make sure that they're safe and they're okay. If something's happening to our loved ones, it's very traumatic for us. Namaste, Vincent. How are you? Are you good? The Chain, Fleetwood Mac. Old school, man. Old school. Yeah, definitely old school, man. Good one. So, yeah. So I see this when I speak of chain of love. I mean, and it is a chain in a sense, because there's a certain kind of freedom that you have when you don't love. But when you love, there is responsibility. Like, you feel responsible to make sure that person's safe, to look after that person. It's a moral chain of events. You don't want to do anything to impose harm. You want to impose joy, if you must impose. Namaste, dear brother Indy. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Honored to have you on the show. Dear brother Indy is a shadow worker. He helps people look into their shadow chains so they can work out the kinks in the links of their shadow and bring that natural flow into being. He's also been through a lot of interesting life events, which has made him strong in a gentle way, and does a lot of research into ancient things, obviously occult and spiritual sciences, but also into ancient histories and etymology and various different schools of thought. We're all an interesting bunch. Namaste, dear brother. Do say a few words about yourself and jump right in, and it's an honor to have you.
Namaste. So glad to be here today. Yes, Franklin mentioned I'm very much an eclectic mystic. I've got a bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in philosophy. Since my graduation, my commencement from higher learning, I've been doing a lot of self-education, and I've been doing a lot of work in paleontological anthropology, the evolution of the human race, and I've been looking into all of the mythology involving the origins of mankind. and I've been working on my blog page, been doing some boots on the ground research in the area on some archaeological sites that are kind of um, off the beaten path of academia, kind of fringe stuff, some things regarding giants, things that are outside of the academia historical dating that seems a little bit older than it's supposed to be. So I've been doing a lot of stuff locally. I've been researching a lot of stuff globally, and this all kind of started with a out of body experience that I had in the year 2000 that kind of drove me to really follow my passions and start to really listen to the answers that were shown to me and find them here on the ground. So it's going to be a really great experience being here on the round table, and I look forward to getting into the chain of life today. So it's going to be pretty cool. Just to put in a little blurb on that, I know that I study a lot of ecology as well. I'm very much a nature lover, and in as much as people have a hard time with these creatures, little bugs that irk people. Oftentimes, it's spiders and bees and snakes and such. I really respect those creatures, the venomous creatures that are so small and conjure up so much fear in us. So, but there's a lot of things that irk me, like mosquitoes and flies and such. But I know that those are like the foundation of the chain of life. So without those, we couldn't have the frogs wouldn't be eating much, and without the frogs, what would the alligators eat and such? So
That being said, you're still allowed to be pissed off at mosquitoes. Even the Fae tell me that just because you're aligned with nature doesn't mean you can't be annoyed by it once in a while. Because if you think about it, the animals are annoyed by it too. Sometimes they don't.
So
the horses, the antelope, they don't like getting dealing with flies either. So in that way, we're all kind of connected. We're all equally annoyed by mosquitoes.
Yeah. But as it was frankly stated in a video I watched recently, that kind of like Carl Jung said, without firm roots, your branches can't grow. And so without the things in the darkness and the things that we dislike, we can't have the things that we love. And so I think that connects a lot to Buddhism in the sense that without suffering, we can't have joy. And so I think there's a lot of those things that are kind of foundational are things of that cause suffering, unfortunately. But the human species has worked immensely at trying to eradicate mosquitoes because they cause malaria, which has been detrimental to our species in the equatorial range and tropical regions. And they found that stinky cheese is more appealing to these mosquitoes than us. So if you're in those regions, get your hands on some stinky cheese.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe it's because people's feet smell a bit like stinky cheese.
Yeah. Two types of mosquitoes: the ones that go for upper areas, and then there's ones that go for your ankle. The ankle biting ones, so you can get off your back with that cheese.
They think they're going after people's feet, but psych. Nah. I always think of mosquitoes as the great vaccinators. And I think that's where the idea of vaccines came from originally. Because they get small little bits of disease and they give you a manageable amount of disease or illness from someone else or from some other mammal or creature. They give you just enough disease that your body can recognize, hey, that's a foreign particle. Like, let's put it in our database.
Yeah.
And then when that thing comes down, no. We know you. We know you. We got your number. Come, guys, let's start building up, like, retrofit this organism to, like, repel this thing. So in a sense, like, we ought to be grateful to mosquitoes because they really make us healthy. It's such a weird concept. This is how I've always felt about them. And ever since I felt that way, I never had a problem with them. Isn't that weird? Here's an interesting thing that I noticed. When we don't have a big problem with mosquitoes, our body doesn't have a problem with their bites.
Intentions go so far.
Yeah, it's like if we have a problem with the creature when they bite us, we react to their toxins.
Honestly, with mosquitoes, I think it's actually the noise they make that irritates me more than the actual bite. And the interesting thing about a mosquito bite is that it only itches if you notice it's there. Like sometimes you'll get a bite, you'll forget about it, it won't itch, but the second you see it, it starts itching.
Oh yeah, it's true.
This is
And
it.
I always hated the noise too. It's pretty obnoxious. But I learned I had to be out in a shed one time when I was trying to give out stamps for people that were coming to see these caves at the ice caves up in New Hampshire, and the mosquitoes were just coming to hunt me all day. And I learned that I can use their sound to find them, and I can get them. And so I learned to be able to get them in the air before they reach me. But if they ever touch me, I was able to get them before they put their proboscis in. I got very fine tuned to being able to get them, and I'll pile them up into piles of hundreds of them just to show all the people there how good I am at it. But at first, I came out with bites everywhere, and I had to learn. So, that their noise is very obnoxious, but it can be useful to get those little buggers.
Yeah, the funny thing about the sound.
Yeah.
I found the sound interesting
It's only the
because it
female.
reminds me of astral sounds.
Mm.
It's like
Yeah.
an almost ethereal sound. It's like a
Like a-
kind of a musical instrument, like a violin, you know?
Right.
I guess I don't really like violins much either. So I guess that's consistent.
Yeah.
Not everybody's gonna like violins. Maybe you had a bad experience once. You had a neighbor with a violin that really shouldn't have had one.
I don't, I was thinking about it, like why, because sometimes I like kind of ask myself, like, why I like and don't like certain things. And if you think about it, like, what is it about the sound of a violin? And really, if you think about it, it's tension. It's tension between strings. It's like you're scraping a string on top of another string, and it's like the string is like screaming in a way. So that's kind of, I don't know. I was just thought that was an interesting idea I had last
I
night.
think that's probably why they use violins in horror films a lot.
Yeah, like in classical, one thing I noticed about like classical music is it's so incredibly tense, and like everything is so like big and bombastic, and it's like, you'll talk about culture and psyops and like mind control. Like think about classical music and like what kind of psychological effect that has on the population, and all like the way. And you think about the idea of classical music, it's everybody sort of like playing the exact same melody and at the exact same time, and they're all doing an orchestration. They're just following the sheet music, and you got the strings and the horns, and they're all physical instruments. That's another thing that's kind of interesting. Like I always have a weird affinity more for electronic sounds, because to me, I mean, a lot of people would say that electronic sounds are kind of like, unnatural because they're made from like computers. But to me, it's like a pure, unfiltered sound wave, just a pure square wave, pure sine wave. And it's like, for some reason, I kind of vibe with that more. I don't know why that is.
Have you ever heard about this, Cosmic? They say that maybe because nowadays when we're born, they put us in these incubator rooms with these beeping noises for like a couple days, that we're more in tune to the sounds of technology than we are to the sounds of nature or like natural instruments.
Maybe, but then again, if you think about it, maybe that mimics the sound of nature, birds chirping, and it's almost like that's like, you think of the birds chirping and the insect sounds. That's almost like if like nature was a computer, that would be its bloops and bleeps. I love bloop bleep sounds. That's kind of like with my weird kind of contradiction. It's like I love nature, but man, I love electronic sounds. I think it's just because it's like it's a sound that it's otherworldly. That's why I like it. It's like it's something that's from beyond. I think that's kind of like with most electronic music. It's like they just kind of make something kind of loud and clubby. But I like kind of like the older stuff, like from like the 1970s, where they had those old Moog synthesizers, with all the knobs and dials, and their whole approach was like, let's try to find new sounds and explore new psychic astral territories using this instrument almost as a kind of a magical instrument. But I don't know, some people, they don't have that insight when it comes to music. They just kind of use it to like copy other stuff.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. That thing that's really exciting is that there's always a new sounds. And with each new sound, you come up with like new genres and subgenres and stuff, which is pretty exciting. But with the guitar, they've always kind of done that with the guitar. They had the acoustic guitar, then the electric guitar, then like the heavy metal guitar, then like all these different pedals and stuff. They can do a lot with a guitar, but like other instruments, really not so much. But yeah, there's something there. I love electronic music personally too. But I'm kind of a Luddite, so it doesn't really agree with my lifestyle that much and like my values, but I just love it. It really gets me.
This is a very interesting topic and a conversation in itself as part of the fundamental conversation that we are discussing here. And I find it rather interesting because, like, just to step back to what was being said about, and I hope my audio, is it okay? Is it clear?
You're fine.
I like what you were saying earlier, and the music thing I think is also a reflection of a chain that connects us to each other. So music is a conceptual chain of patterns and rhythms and tones that connect people to each other on an emotional frequency, which is really interesting if we think of the chain of music and how we create chains of different instruments that are all chained together in the same piece to produce peace in a piece, working discordant glitches out of the system, using sounds to create certain kinds of effects and reverberations to shift our consciousness back to a point of peace, relaxation, and enjoyment. But getting back to the insects, this is a very highly shamanic concept that we are connected to the animal kingdom, what you were talking about earlier, Indy, and that these insects that we hold so much regard for, be it fear, whatever the regard for, they're somehow so intrinsically powerful and so much a part of our psyches. We don't realize it. And we have this rather fundamental connection, like you say, with spiders. People are afraid of them. And it's like an inherent primal fear because we don't understand them. They've got a level of awareness that we can't grasp. They're seeing aspects. I was just talking about having a little spider. It was a baby, one of the baby ones that are like they get big, they get bigger. But so we've got this sort of fundamental fear of these creatures on us, and it's in us, it's a part of us. And I like recognized my fear started with a scorpion with my mom. Before then I didn't have fear. So I associated all fear with scorpions as a like 5-year-old when first experienced fear for myself as my own fear. And it was sort of imported into my system. And so there's something quite powerful that connects us to these small creatures. And these tiny creatures, snakes is another one. People are so afraid of snakes. I've never understood this fear of snakes personally. I just couldn't relate to it. I always thought snakes were just so damn cool. I dig the way they move. Nothing moves as funky as a snake. I was like, dang, how can you be scared of it? Haven't you seen the way that thing, it's got the moves, man. It's rolling like a river. So, and spiders have got that sort of presence that they can see in like almost 360 degrees. Imagine what it's like to see in 360 degrees. To be able to conceptualize reality on such levels. It must be quite a head trip. Like, what's going on in the mind of this creature? Yeah? And I'm sitting here being overrun by spiders as I'm talking to you. Like I was saying in the beginning of the show, these baby spiders running across my desk. I had one on my arm now. They're like crawling on me. I'm just hoping they don't crawl up my pants. because I have this thing about spiders. They tend to crawl up my pants, and then they go into your crotch and stuff, and it gets really ticklish and itchy, and it becomes a problem.
That's not
So
fun.
if I jump up and pull off my pants, you'll know why.
Ants in the pants.
What was that?
Ants in the pants. Those little
Yeah,
spiders
but
are little babies.
spiders are scarier. I've been bitten on my.
Well, some
I've
people
had a test run.
ants because there's so many of them. Yeah. You ever get bit by the red ants before?
Oh, I've been bitten by everything,
Yeah.
I think. But I've been bitten on my testicle by a spider.
Ooh, ouch. That's not a good place.
That's an experience I will never,
Oof.
ever forget.
Was it like
So
a bad
I'm like,
a recluse or something?
no, it wasn't a deadly. It wasn't a very. It was just sore and itchy.
Oh,
And I laughed so much. Bloody hell, I laughed. I laughed my butt off. The way that I dealt with it was like, okay, that's it. Another 4 grams of charis going down the hatch. So I laughed my butt off, you know. I was actually rubbing charis. I was climbing the Himalayas, going to go and rub my own charis. So I had premium first cream charis that I'd rubbed myself in my possession. So not much gets you down.
Charis.
Hey?
What's charis?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
gonna ask the
Just
same
let me give you
question.
an idea. When I got into trouble, I had jungly that was not premium. And when it was tested, because I got caught with like 100 grams of it or 95 grams, whatever, they tested it at 38% THC.
Ooh.
Now, a first cream will go 45%. My charis, I would say, was closer to 60%. Yeah. And it's just like this. You don't cut the plants, right? You have an erotic experience with the plants, and you touch the plants in an erotic way that they ooze their oils onto your hands, and the crystals get stuck on your hands, and you collect them very gently, very slowly. If you're doing a first cream, you take your time because you're not looking for a lot. You see, like first cream, you're doing about 6-7 grams in a whole day, right? 8 grams for like a morning of rubbing, not much. You can do 50 grams. You can do 30 grams. The stuff that was 38%, probably about 30 grams. That's 38%. So the less you do, the more concentrated it gets, because you're taking just the crystals off the top. You're literally collecting the THC crystals when you're doing it. So it could have been 70, 80%. What I had, it was the best. So anyway, not much gets you down. But it's very interesting how we've built this association with these creatures, and how powerful these little creatures are, that they create these toxins, these venoms, right? And to consider what venoms are is really interesting. I think all these creatures that have venom, this is my theory, these venoms are medicines for the right ailment. Okay, you asked about being bitten by red ants, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
That is a remedy for arthritis, for example. So think about it. If you got arthritis and you subject yourself to being bitten by red ants, at some point your body will start manufacturing its own version of antibodies for that venom, and once it gets used to generating it, you will have been cured of arthritis. What a concept. And so I think that all these venoms in creatures And the pharmaceutical industry have realized this. This is why the snail, the cone snail, those of you that know the cone snail, namaste, dear Gaia Knight. Welcome. How are you today? Lovely to have you here. I hope you're well. Namaste, Rob. Take care, brother. Travel safe. So these cone snails have got the most intricate venom structures. I don't know if those of you that know about cone snails, they've got an entire laboratory on board, and they tune into you and they sense you with their one sensor, and they get a chemical reading of your body, and then they customize their toxins for your body. So they're the most deadly thing on earth, venom wise. Like some of these snails are called the 60-second, like you got about 2 minutes to get an anti-venom shot. Otherwise, that's it. Right out your will. So these cone snails are being researched by pharmaceutical corporations in order to be able to extract medicines from the poisons and the toxins. And they are thinking that there's wealth of potential cures within these toxins and poisons. So it's very interesting, when we look at these insects with toxins that we're afraid of or that we're annoyed by, mosquitoes, the vaccinators. I think there's a lot to be unpacked here in how intricate the chain between human life, insect life, mammalian life, the different orders of being, how connected we are to each other, and just why my crotch feels so itchy. I think something's crawling in my pants.
Those bastards.
And it's disturbing me because I'm afraid of being bitten. I thought I felt something crawling on my crotch because I've had these spiders crawling over me the whole time since I'm sitting here. And I don't mind them crawling on my arm and my hand so much, but like, come on, guys. I thought I felt something crawling up my leg. It might be that spider that I blew off just now. And that spider had a chunky body and short little legs. Those are sometimes the biters. Ouch. So yeah, the ancient Egyptians used the jed rod to cure snake bites. It said that it was a cure. Yeah, absolutely. That's where Star Wars gets the idea of Jedi Knights from. Jedi. And
What
that's
are
the
the
story. What's that, brother?
They have some kind of knob on the top or something. What was it? A scepter or something? Not
Exactly. It was the scepters that were carried by the Jedi priests.
Mm.
And so this is where the George Lucas got the idea of the Jedi Knights. And they carried two things. They carried that and another item. But that was their staff of office. I think they also carried the other thing. I forget what it's called. The thing that represents the different bars of energy, stepping up and stepping down of energy, the three phases of being, the three worlds of the shaman that can connect the three aspects of being. But yeah, so these chains of life that connect us to insects. And here's another interesting point. When we start loving creatures, something powerful happens. Like, I believe that if you love the snake that bites you, you become immune to the venom. What do you guys think about this as a concept?
Yeah, I feel like there's something there. I feel like when you tell your body fear, your body's trying to put up defenses. But when you tell your body, like, surrender, your body is like surrendering to like being strengthened. It becomes one with it. But when you try to fight something, it resists, and so the clash ensues, and you lose that battle. But when you integrate with something, it strengthens you both, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. Like mostly what causes the damage is our body trying to protect itself, which is ironic. Which is why when you hurt yourself, you need to ice your swelling bits quickly, right? So it doesn't. Isn't it funny how the body has this counterintuitive way of reacting? And like, I'll give you an example. I twisted my ankle on the mountain some time ago. Like, it was sore. And I was laying down and it was starting to swell up. And I realized, oh gosh, it's because my psyche is reacting. So what did I do? I got up and I climbed a kilometer and a half up the mountain with a twisted ankle that was swelling like this.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I climbed down back to where I was and continued the way down and went back home, having basically traveled like 4.5 kilometers of up down and rough path and like steppy rocky bits on this really swollen, sore, injured ankle. Got home and just carried on business as usual as much as possible. And the irony of it is it healed really quickly. Within on the 7 days later, I was walking like 2-3 a kilometer and a half to a kilometer and a half back on the beaches. On the 9th day, I was climbing the mountain again. And I'd like properly, like it was properly, try to be properly swelling. I could have reacted like normal people and had like a whole month of like, and then taken a month to recondition it and gotten back to my mountain practice after like 6 weeks. But I didn't. I fast tracked that. And so now my ankle's just about completely normal, like just about nothing happened. Still feels a little bit, but it's strong because I push it on the mountain. My point is, there's something in this. You know, when we put ourselves beyond fear and we allow our bodies to just adapt, the body's an incredibly adaptive device. And I think a lot of the swelling happens because of our psychological connection with the event. Like burns, for example. I've been burnt in a lot of times. And I get burnt and I go, oh, got burnt. Put a bit of cold water on it. Nah. And it won't swell up. It won't be a problem. And there's no problem. I was like, oh, where did I get burnt? I got burnt somewhere. Anyway, you know, but if I get burnt and I go, oh no, I got burnt. Oh, it's going to swell. It's going to be a whole story. There's going to be a blister. There's a whole drama that comes with it. What was that?
I got burned pretty bad. I'm really like fireproof, but I elbowed like a kerosene heater by accident when I was doing something.
When was this?
I didn't realize I was hurt. It was like a few days ago. And and then I noticed there was like blood when I put my arm down. I was like, oh my God. And it's just gotten a little bit more painful since the blisters opened up. But usually I don't burn. But one time when I cut my finger, I had nearly cut like tip of my finger off really. And I was trying to cut a banana with a Cutco knife. They're too damn sharp. It's a double D edge, so razor sharp, but the points aren't sharp, so you won't really cut yourself if you drag it across. But I pushed it down on my finger, cut the tip off, and I was on my way to work. I thought, I'm gonna pull a Rambo and I'm gonna cauterize this wound with fire. I'm gonna burn it. So I put a knife on the oven, heat it up till it's red hot. And I figured I'm just going to be like Rambo. I'll just chew on like something and I'll do this real quick and I'll go. But I tried to touch it on there and I cried like a baby. I was like, oh my God, no, I can't do this. And then I made myself do it. After a few touches, it was pretty much the nerves were burned out. I got it. And I cried like a girl.
Yeah, well, the fingertip is a pretty sensitive part of the body.
When you get an open wound, putting fire on that's a different thing.
Yeah, but it would have been different if it was on your arm,
Oh yeah.
but it was your fingertip. All the nerves go to your fingertips.
Oh yeah. It was worse than the finger.
So you've got like 10 times as many nerve endings.
Oh god.
Where if it was over here or something, it would be easy to do.
Yeah.
Like it would be 1/10 as hard because there's that many less nerve endings. Easier to override the but when you got that many nerve endings, it's gonna be it's like when you hurt your nail, the bottom of your nail, you know about it.
Kind of
But
interesting.
yeah, carry
Makes
on,
me
please.
think of it's like whenever the most painful experiences are always when we reach like a new threshold of pain that we've never experienced before. Because like you're talking about earlier, there's certain sets like when you're an adult, if you get a cut or a bruise, it's just kind of like water off a duck's back. When you experience that for the first time as maybe like a 3-year-old, it's like a traumatic experience. But I think joy also kind of follows a similar principle to that, and that what joy is when you enter like a new threshold of pleasure, you reach a new level of pleasure, excitement, joy, connection that you've never experienced before. I think that kind of goes back to the stuff I talk about with the whole concept of mystery bringing life, sort of meaning, in that when you reach sort of a new bubble, a new threshold of pain, there's a pain or pleasure, there's like an opportunity for growth.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say. Though I think I broke the bank when I was a kid. And so there was just never going to be any more than that. Drowning was the most painful experience that I could ever imagine. Because the pain is all over your body. It's like every bit of your body is agony. When your lungs feel like they explode, it's pretty darn harsh. So I've been lucky in life that I think that's why I was a good fighter, because I wasn't scared of getting hurt, if that makes sense. Because I'd been so badly hurt when I was little. I was like, what can you do to me? Do you know what I mean? Like, so whenever I get hurt, it's just hurt. Once you've experienced an extreme amount of pain, then everything else is just going to dull in comparison to it. So I think I fell into the oblique solution when I was a kid. And so it sort of set me up to feel free. But the fear of pain is a big chain, isn't it? Emotional pain. It keeps people from falling in love. What do you guys think about that? How we chain ourselves in pain and fear from love.
What about if people seek too much pain?
Yeah, like the Cenobites and Hellraiser, their whole that was interesting. Why they make such disturbing like villains or antagonists is because it's almost like, but it's this terrifying idea that, or maybe it's not terrifying, that at a certain point they dive so deep into pain and sort of sadomasochism that it becomes this kind of like pleasure. So it's like they can't even distinguish between pain and pleasure, and it becomes like this ultimate high. But at the same time, when they don't have that, that pain and that fear, sometimes it can, cause people to be malevolent. Like the thing about like psychopaths is that they don't have like a sense of fear. Like when they get like, when most people will get pulled over by the cops, like, oh shit, I'm anxious, I'm going to get caught. Psychopaths are totally calm. There's something in their brain that is lost, but it's like they're empty. And so I think that in a way we can't get to a point where, I think maybe there is a necessity to fear to a certain extent. And if you think about it, like what about the fear of like losing a loved one, or one of your your wife or your kids is like drowning, or they have a disease or something. And I think there's a certain sense of that fear is justified to protect the people that you love and the people that you care about. So I think there's also, I think when it comes to fear, I think there is that kind of positive side to that. And that if you don't, I mean, think about it, as someone you care about is hurt, and you're not, there's no fear to like kind of like it's oh my god, I got to save this person, they're in trouble, and if you're just like, oh well, you know what, they're just having a good time getting eaten by a shark, you got to have that response. I think that for some people, like when people who are considered into black magic and people into kind of that satanic current of occultism, is it's almost like they get themselves so deep into like darkness and pain and and just sort of like horrific kind of like astral projecting to hell realms and so forth, so that they almost become immune to pain, so that in a sense that when you don't feel fear, you don't sense other people's fear, and then you don't have the capacity for empathy. So I think when it comes to the relation between fear and love, I think it's a bit more complicated than simply this kind of dynamic of fear is anti-love and love is like the absence of fear, because I think there's meaningful parts where these two things kind of intersect.
Yeah.
I went through a situation where I had fear and denial for decades, and I guess it was easier for my subconscious mind to just make up excuses and put me in denial when I got my heart broken when I was young. I got to know this girl on the phone. We spoke for 6 hours a day until our ears hurt, and we would switch ears enough times where we couldn't do it anymore. And it was just, I thought it was really going somewhere, and I felt like this is like my first love and everything. And she ended up getting tricked by some guy that had no interest in her and used and abused and never gave me a chance. And so I found that at that point in my life, I started to discern my core values to be something of, I can't trust women or men, and so I'm not going to ever get to know either of them. But instead of letting myself know that, I'm just going to pretend like they're the ones who won't like me, and I'm going to blame them for it. So for a long time, I always said people always run away from me. People never want to get to know me. But I never knew that I wasn't trying to get to know anybody until I took ayahuasca. I finally realized what I was lying to myself about. So for a long time, what I thought was fury and anger and came from blame and judgment. It was really just it's all a facade of excuses that I needed to play so that I couldn't be hurt again, because my heart was hurt so bad that I knew that if it happened again, I might not have the strength to carry on. So it was easier for me to go through life and not get to know anybody and not have any close relationships. I always envied people that did, but they always kind of envied the fact that I was able to meet strangers so effortlessly. I guess looking back on it, I'm glad I was able to enjoy, the years of my life in that state and not understand my true self, be able to transform back. And I still have the capabilities to socialize with people, and appreciate people who I don't know well. But now I have like a new drive to have closer friends, which has really been very rewarding as well. So I think it's been a good journey for me, and shadow work is usually that way. And so it's in my shadow work as a shadow worker started with myself when I started to realize these things and saw the power of it. After being educated in Jungian psychology, I started to see the applications of it. It really started to light up for me. Just got on fire. It's a strong passion in my heart now, so I try to share that gift in order to keep it strong myself. Stay grateful.
Yeah, I can relate to that as well. I was messed up as a kid. Gosh, I was messed up. I was messed up properly. And when it came to that, and I think what it is we are all messed up as kids, because we are coming from that state of absolute purity where we are like connected to all the chains of life, and we are connected to our ancestral lineage. We're connected to the chain of wisdom. We're connected to the chain of love. We are free of everything. We have no fear. We are perfect. And then we become adult. And then the journey towards becoming an adult is like becoming a little more coarse, a little less pure, a little less perfect, a little bit more messed up, until we discover ourselves as an adult and go like, what the hell? I traded that for this? What was I thinking? You know? And then we go, you know what? I want to go back to that again.
There's like a time in our childhood when we're innocent and free, and then those crazy times in our adolescence when things get haywire and a little nuts, and it starts to mess us up a little bit in life, and then we have to just put it all away and try to go and focus on being a good citizen and being an adult. And we can't explore anymore. We got to focus on our narrow path. Like, I am this. This is my occupation. This is what I am. But I think, that's necessary for us to be able to have some kind of a discernment of like, where is this path going? To be able to get anywhere, you need to have focus.
It's interesting because if we look at the word adult, right? It's add alt. So you're adding an alter ego, a layer.
Yeah.
Because we are who we are. And then
Ego.
we add an alter ego of like, this is who I want to be. This is what I want to come across with. This is the kind of person I want to become. And so we leave our true selves behind to become this alter. And then we become a little bit disassociated and schizophrenic in the process. Until we can, at a later stage, take that alter and harmonize it and bring it back to what it's supposed to be. Then it's no longer an alter, then it's just a reflection of the original. So it's a very interesting concept, the idea of being an adult. It's pretty messed up. I remember as a child feeling so sorry for the adults. I really felt sorry for them. Because I was like, these poor people, they're all living in fear. Oh my gosh, they don't know how to be happy. They don't enjoy their lives. They're always stressed and afraid or angry or this or that. I was like, what's wrong with these people? Like, can't you look at like the world? Like, look what it is, As a child, it just seemed so bizarre to me that everybody was not allowing themselves to live because they were so embedded in the fear. And I associated with the fear of passing from this world. To me, it was like everybody was so afraid of that when they would finally not be alive, that they spent their whole lives trying to protect themselves from that fear. And in the process, they forgot to live.
Yeah, I think my parents are like that. A lot of people seek safety first and foremost. And I know that safety is good and necessary, but when that's your first priority, it's hard to really do anything comfortably. There's always that fear of danger. But when you're like me and you like danger, a lot of other people get nervous. I'm like excited about things. People are like, you need to step back, son. And I don't know. I just want to get a little closer sometimes.
I know that nonsense only too well. Since I've become a parent, I've been awoken from that dream. Because I used to enjoy that too. And then I became a parent and I was like, actually, you know what? Like, like nothing can happen to me now. Now I've got to stay like, before I was like, oh, well, what's the worst that can happen? I hang my flesh puppet up at the side of the road and call it a day. I'm good to go with that. Now it's no longer an option.
Right.
Now I've got an investment. It's like, he's got to be like an adult before I do that. Like someone's got to be here to look after him. Someone's got to make sure that he's okay. And like, I look at the world and I go like, I can't leave my son in this world the way it is. Look at the world. So now I'm buying into the fear. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Namaste, dear PK. How are you doing? Are you good? The poison is the medicine. Nice. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Homeopathy is essentially the principle, and we medicate ourselves. Namaste, Julian Hess. How you doing? How you hanging? How you thriving? Hope you're good. Hope everybody's having a cranking, joyful day. So these chains, and you mentioned history. Okay, so there are links in a chain of causal expressions in time, and we carry this chain on our backs of history. And I think we don't realize what a chain history is because seeing Julian Hess here makes me think of this because this is his thing. Like this chain of history makes us become who we expect ourselves to be based upon who we think we were as people. Does that make sense? And so expectation is a big part of the problem, I think, in that we are sort of bound. Like if we believe that the human race is a violent, crazy race, that's all we've ever been, then we're more likely to become that. If we believe that humanity became a civilization because of cooperation, we're more likely to be cooperative and to have time for other people. So there's this interesting different historical narratives that create different chains that actually reshape our personality in really profound ways. How would you say that resonates into the shadow situation where we're repressing the parts of ourselves we can't face because of who we think we were?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to go into a little bit first into existentialism. In existentialist movement, they started to understand that people become what they stereotypes expect them to become a lot of times, and people will fall into those stereotypes because the only other option is to go against the grain. And oftentimes, when you're not falling into a stereotype, you're playing the better than role to other people, and so you can be discriminated for not going along with what you're stereotyped to be. And your stereotypes can either be positive or negative. But when there's a stereotype of maybe like for an Italian person to be hot-headed and not able to keep a job and has to be their own boss, it comes from a family that's given that advice because they were that way, or they were told they're that way. And so it's kind of it's almost like even if you're not that guy, you might want to become that guy. So you kind of follow into that role because you're supposed to be that way. And if it turns out that you're not hot-headed and you can keep an even head and you go into something, then you supersede all the labor jobs that everybody was in blue collar, and you go into white collar, and then you go into maybe working as a government like high official or something, people are going to probably be jealous. They're going to be like, how is this possible? How do they get like that? But at the same time, you're going to be up there, you'll be all alone, your family's going to be left in the dust. So a lot of times when we have expectations to become a certain way, it's pushed on us externally. And a lot of times there's a lot of internal struggle where I don't necessarily want to be that, because sometimes you're not that. And oftentimes you are, but you want to transcend that. And it's very possible for us to change. But in order to change, you have to be able to imagine that change and see it go into in a way that's going to work in the system you're in, not just for yourself. So a lot of times it's difficult, but people who are discriminated are felt like they're supposed to stay in a state where they are going to maintain being discriminated because they get less flack for that. But as far as the shadow goes, I feel like when we are expected to hide our negative emotions, we will, and that creates problems for us. If they don't really tell us about being able to figure out a way to get those emotions out constructively after they've been hidden. That's the problem. But if we could express our emotions in a more safer way that's not as dangerous for ourselves and others, it could be in our best interest. And if we can learn to express our emotions cathartically in constructive means, that could be very helpful for us. But that wouldn't really help the leaders of society gain control over us as much. We would gain more autonomy when we gain self-mastery. So the more miserable we are, the easier it is to control us, unfortunately. And that could be better for the collective. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's basically a really good description. You know, you've dropped the hammer on that, and it's a big thing. These expectations. You know, we build ourselves according to the expectations of who we think we ought to be, the roles we're meant to play. I always used to write poetry about the me that is the actor, the me that is the creator, the artist, the me that is the employee, the me that is the son, the me that is the student, the me that is the warrior, the me that is the antagonist, the me that is the do-gooder, you know, and recognizing that there's all these different aspects of characters that I'm trying to play on this proverbial stage of life, and how they're all like aspects, but none of them are me. I'm none of these things. But we've learned to play these roles, and these are all based upon expectations. Like, I was expected to be a warrior, you know, or else like get bullied. And then when I learned that I came from a line of warriors, I was like, okay, I can be the strongest, the best. then I was obsessed with being the best, you know. And every different character and role that I've played, they've always, like you say, the Italian story, you beautifully explained it there. And I think we don't realize how we do this. It's almost an unconscious enactment. And I believe that this is how the shadow gets created. When we choose the part of ourselves that we want to become, we look inside ourselves and you go, you know what? That part of me, I like that part of me. I'm going to make that part of me all of me. And I'm going to add that part of me and that part of me to it. The parts of me that we don't add to that picture are the parts that get dropped into the shadow. And then when we play in that role, we push that shadow away. And then when we play the other role, we've got a different mix of parts of ourselves that we're manifesting. But the moment we start pushing parts of ourselves away in order of favoring other parts of ourselves, like, example, being the warrior doesn't fit well with vulnerability. So the vulnerable parts of ourselves, we've got to push it away in order to become that strong exterior thing. And so we're creating that divergent shadow. And I think this is where the shadow, this is the manufacturing of the shadow. You're a shadow worker. What do you think about this as a concept? The shadow being a reflection of this is why we have shadows at all.
Yeah, absolutely. We play these roles that are going to be functional for us to be able to cope in our societies and get along. And oftentimes, like you said, if we're playing like that warrior role and vulnerability is not really going to be resonating with that role, it's going to be suppressed and it's not really going to come to the forefront. And so after a long time of our vulnerability being kind of swept under the rug, it's going to start to form who we are. We're probably going to become rigid and start to be blameful towards others, pointing our fingers to, because we got to create, somewhere's got to be the problem. And if we don't realize it's within us, you're going to start to look outside to start to find out and try to figure out where the problem is and point the fingers the wrong way. And so that happens. And oftentimes we don't get to a point where we realize that we can heal, that there's a shadow inside that's crying out. So when we can realize that's what that is, we can take that as a golden opportunity. That golden opportunity is to realize that when I'm in a place where I'm about to emotionally react and be hurtful towards someone else, because I used to think that that was the problem, and I now know that there's a problem within me that I'm trying to push away. I can step back, and instead of emotionally reacting, I can take some breaths, some controlled breaths, and slow down my thinking, and I could start to get back to that place that hurt. That's the root of this, and I could start to give forgiveness to that person that hurt me, because you develop a resentment and you start to point fingers at other people. But when you can get down to that root of where you've been hurt, and you can start to forgive that person for hurting you and start to thank them for strengthening you, preparing you for further battles in life, you get to a place where instead of going into a bad scene where you're starting to cause drama and yelling at somebody, you're going to go into a place where you might shed a tear and you've just started to grow. And that's a powerful place right there. And if you can get yourself there, that's an amazing way to be able to transform yourself. And instead of being that mean belligerent person that you might have been, or that anxious person that you might have been and scared of people, whatever form it took in you, you'll be able to be more integrative. You'll be able to be more have that inner joy instead. And what used to bother you in other people, you'll see as something that you might be able to sympathize with or empathize with now, because you saw yourself in that place as well. So it's powerful when you stop blaming others for your problems. You start to see them in a more compassionate light. It can be a beautiful thing. Of course, it's important not to know that you're not supposed to necessarily tell the people that have hurt you that you're thankful and that you're forgiving to them if you don't want to encourage what they've done necessarily. But you need to be able to do that within your heart, to be able to let that hurt go, to be able to move on. Otherwise, you carry it with you and it carries you down.
Cosmic, are you still with us, dear brother?
Yeah, I'm still with you. You know, we were talking about the whole concept of sort of the shadow and not recognizing certain parts and sort of identifying with some parts that you like and sort of denying the parts. This is why I just like there's certain people that they seem too good. They're too healthy. They don't swear. There's just something about people who just like they seem to really deny that dark side of themselves. Because I think about like the archetype of like the Satan when he was an angel and then he rebels against God, and you kind of think about like the whole concept of the angel and like what makes because like why would an angel who is supposedly being of light become rebellious, malevolent? It's because that kind of is a representative of a being that completely and totally denies their shadow. They think they're this wonderful, being a pure light, and I know everything that's right, and I know what's best for the world, and I am truly a servant of God. But when they deny that part of themselves, they deny that malevolent side, or Satan kind of wanting God's throne, sort of archetypically speaking. That's where the real, in a weird way, that's kind of where the real monstrousness begins. Is that it's like when you become, it's like when you're a demon, you think you're an angel. That's an interesting concept, in the sense that like because you're so in denial of that shadow part, it's like that shadow grows and festers, but at the same time you think that you're this perfectly good person, because that's what a lot of narcissists do. They basically deny themselves at such an extreme level to the point where it's like they're like, no, I'm just always a good person. I've never done anything wrong. Meanwhile, like they blame everybody else but themselves, and it's because they're so terrified of accepting that darker side of themselves, that faulty or flawed part of themselves, that they just become worse.
Yeah, those are the hardest ones to reach. I think that was the worst stage when you're in self-loathing. You're aware of what your judgments of yourself are, but when you glorify yourself in denial of self-loathing, that's when you're in a place where you can't realize that you're the problem. It's been shut off. So you can't even know that you need help, and that's the hardest part when you're trying to deal with somebody that will not understand that they need to change, or that they can change, or that they can do anything differently to make things better.
It's like a kind of disassociation, like sometimes when I can't help but think, like, when somebody goes through like a really, like, I'm thinking like that Sybil, that mini series with Sally Field from the 70s, where there's that girl who had multiple personalities. She had this insanely traumatic experience with this abusive mom that she just kind of like shut the world off and became a different person. And I wonder when it comes to dealing with the shadow, and when people become that kind of shadow denier, is it's kind of like that. Their self-loathing is so deep and so intense that they literally can't bear it, and that they have to pretty much deny it at all costs, or it's almost like they feel that if they do accept it, they're literally going to die.
Damn, that's so weird that you mentioned Sybil, where she had dissociative personalities. I was just looking at the slaying of the bull by Mithras, which is called the Tauroctony, or the Terubilism. But which is the Terubilism is actually part of the Sybil cult. But it also refers to the Mithraic story of the slaying of the bull. But there's not really a consensus as to what astrologically that that story aligns with. They're not sure if it's Orion who's slaying the bull, or Perseus. It'd be good to have Gabriel here to be able to interpret that, but maybe he'll pop on later. I'll see him in the comments. But the Sybil cult is interesting because Sybil is part of the trifecta of the three goddesses. And so when you mention this show where the woman's name Sybil had multiple personalities, it rang a lot of bells for me. It's interesting. A lot of synchronicity there. Multiple personalities are interesting. A lot of people don't know when somebody has multiple personalities, they're completely in amnesia of one another until the point where they start to integrate later, I think. But they have no idea that there's other personalities. And so they have like loss of time. They're like, where was I during this whole time? I don't know what I was doing. And people were like, oh, they'll say you were that other person, and they'll completely deny it. They're like, what? No, that's not. I don't know what you're saying. They'll completely black it out. So it's a really interesting thing when that's going on. You see that there's this playing of different roles going on where they won't even let each other know that it's a role. So they can have that thing where it's like in one role they can express their vulnerability. In another role they can be the warrior, the protector. And so I knew one individual that was a friend of a friend who was straight in one personality, and then he was gay in the other personality, and he had all these children, and he was good at convincing women to have children and get free housing and stuff. So he never had to pay any child support, and his housing was free. But his other personality didn't know anything about that side, so it got to be very confusing. But I can only imagine how difficult it can be for multiple personalities. It's such a strange thing.
It's very interesting. I think it's an extreme pole of something that we all suffer from to varying degrees.
Yeah.
And one of the great practices, now we're getting into the chain. We're really delving. For those of you that are chained to the edge of your seats, we're really getting into the chain, because this idea of these different personalities, we could think of them as links in a chain through our timeline, right? Who was I today? Who was I this evening? We all have this multiple order issue to varying and lesser degrees. And when we start becoming honest with ourselves, that's when we reduce this. For example, the temporal memory is the key, right? The temporal memory. And you can tell how disassociative someone is by how good their temporal memory is. When people have a good temporal memory, they know where they were last week, Tuesday. They know where they were last month. They know where they were last year. They know where they were 10 years ago. You know why? Because they remember. Because they're the same person, right? But when we are being someone different, we start forgetting what we said, forgetting what we did, right? And I always had an issue with this growing up. Like you make an arrangement with someone or something and they forget, right? Conveniently forget their part of the arrangement when it suits them. And it used to wind me up as a boy because I was always like, if I made an arrangement, that's it. The arrangement sticks. I'm never going to forget that I promised this or that, if that makes sense. And so I always had an issue with people that were like that. And it took me a long time to realize that the reason they are like that is because they're disassociative. They've got these different personalities and they actually literally, it's a different them now than what they were then. And they're not able to keep the chain links together in their consciousness, in their awareness. And so they lose links in their timeline of their chain and they become chained to certain aspects of belief systems. And we all do this when we become hyper emotional. I'll give you an example. If you want to forget your causal links, get angry. Get angry and you'll break down memories. So there's this really interesting association there. For example, if you get really angry, causes you to become someone else, right or wrong. And that's just one example. So like emotions are the things that when we feel them and react to them with passion, we become someone else. And so we're all doing it. And there's this most powerful experiential path of training that is so fundamental to Western occult, which is like 101. The daily review. What is the power of the daily review? The daily review is when you go through your day and look for the kinks in your chain. You look for the links in your chain that you forgot. And you go, hold on. Why don't I remember that? And you start looking at it. And you force your awareness to find that. You go, oh my God, who was I being? That wasn't me. Right? And so that daily review, and I practiced it a lot growing up. So I built this timeline consciousness, which I think is this cognizance of being, which is an awareness of this chain of consciousness that ties us to a single identity. Isn't it interesting how we're all a little bit schizophrenic?
Yeah. I read a great book by the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi called The Gift of Anger. And in that book, he states that it's just as important to do that daily review at the end of the day and reflect on your actions in the world as it is to go out and to take actions into the world. And in that book, I gained a lot of strength from understanding that he learned from his grandfather who had a lot of anger and fury from what was being done to his people, but he didn't show that anger as anger. He showed that anger as passion. And I was able to use that lesson in my own life, and it's a very transformative lesson. But part of that is being able to reflect on when was I being angry to my own detriment. A lot of times anger is to our own detriment when it's shown as such. They say that, it's like grabbing the knife by the blade and trying to stab somebody with the handle, or drinking the poison you meant to give someone else. And there's a lot of good little poetic phrases like that to express it, because it is very, very challenging to end up coming off as rational in that kind of a state. With people will disregard you because you're being too emotional. And so I feel like it's important for us to learn how to express those emotions in a way that's going to be able to be well received, because otherwise we completely suppress those emotions. But it's a difficult situation. I feel like a lot of time the people who are aggrieved are the most emotional, and then they're disregarded. And then people that are manipulative are able to be calm and make up lies and stories to put themselves on top. So it's easy to take advantage of people that show their emotions, which is unfortunate, and especially in law and justice.
That's an interesting concept. Easier to take advantage of people who show their emotions. I believe that we've got these two chains. We've got the chain of love and the chain of fear. And they're the same chain, but they're two sides of the chain. And when we embrace the chain of fear, we deny the chain of anger, which becomes our shadow. When we embrace the chain of anger, the chain of fear becomes our shadow. It's a very interesting concept, like how this fear and with the chain of love, when we embrace the chain of love, the chain of faith becomes our shadow. When we embrace the chain of faith, the chain of love becomes our shadow. Interesting how these two, and that love and fear correspond, and that faith and fear correspond. Because with faith, there can be no fear. And this double sort of polarity, I call them dynamic polarities, sort of represented by the yin yang, where the yang is inside the yin and the yin is inside the yang. And so when you focus on the yang, the yin becomes the shadow. When you focus on the yin, the yang becomes the shadow. And so they represent that with a little dot, just to show that there's a shadow in that yang, there's a shadow in that yin. And so we often conceptualize the shadow as being a bad part, but there could be a good shadow. What an interesting concept, We could be repressing good parts of ourselves.
If there's a fearful part of the self that's suppressed, there's the part that really holds the key to becoming whole and to filling a void. When the anger part takes the forefront and the fearful part is in the shadow, it's going to be hard to fill that void, because the fearful part is well aware of what that void is, whereas the anger part is the kind of the denial of fear. So it's really just in the dark and kind of goes through the dark night of the soul for a long time, just in circles, until some glimpse comes that there's a shadow trying to cry out. And then once you can realize that there's a fear, then the healing can begin. The fear can really hold you back from being able to make progress in life. When you know that you're in fear, you're a step closer to overcoming it. But when you're in anger and you're in denial of that fear, it's going to be very difficult to overcome a fear which you're not aware of. But once you become aware of that fear, I think you're a bit of a step closer. If you've not seen the fear and then you've just gotten it fresh, it's a lot easier to deal with probably than having to live with it for a long period of time and trying to cope and having discouragement. So you haven't really been discouraged in your journey with fear yet, when it's just been freshly placed upon you and you've opened up your shadow. And in that situation, you're opening it up in a place where hopefully you have the right spiritual tools to process it and a good support network to deal with it. And if so, you really come out on top, and you can get over that fear, and it can give you the key. For me, that the key was understand that I was too scared to really get close to someone again. And I never knew that was a problem in my life. I just thought other people were not getting close to me. So now that I have the power back in my hands, I realize that I'm somewhat handicapped socially. I never really learned to get to know people that well. So I really tried to get my roots down now. When I meet somebody, I've found that I really am doing so much better in life. When I used to meet people, I'd always answer their questions and I would walk away. But now when people ask me, how am I doing? I try to return the question, and I've never been that person until now. So I'm glad that I'm growing. it's just baby steps for me, but it's just, I feel like the blossoming is just so freeing for me. I'm overcoming the cage that I used to live in.
Yeah, that's powerful. You know, it's a powerful recognition of seeking within other people what we wish to find within ourselves. It completes the chain that connects one to another as a reflection. And I've always considered us to be reflections of each other in different perspectives, you know, reflections of one state of consciousness, but a unique reflection, each one. You know, like there could be something over a water. And depends on where you're looking at that one thing from, you're going to see a different picture, right? I'm standing here, I look at it, I see one reflection. You're standing there, you see a different reflection. And we're all standing in a different spot, but we're looking at the same thing, seeing different reflections. And that's sort of like what we are. We're a unique reflection of something else here in the physical plane. And so there's some power in being able to find the same within other people, what we seek to find within ourselves. Everybody keeps talking about love yourself, self-love. And I always get a bit of a reaction to this. I'm like, yeah, okay, great. Narcissist training 101. Love yourself.
Right? I'm thinking too. I think there's a little bit more to it that's unspoken.
I always think of narcissism as self-lust more than self-love.
Yeah.
Because you think about like a narcissist, a really truly narcissistic person, that they will, favor all their strengths and like build themselves up, but they never really look at themselves in the full picture, or they're the kind of like the self-loathing covert narcissists, and they're not really honest with their strengths or whatever. So it's like it's always that like I don't know, that illusory kind of personality that sort of hides at the forefront, and then it's this larger than life thing, and it seems like so cool because it's not real, it's too good to be true, and then everybody else tries to copy that, and they try to like copy this fake personality. Meanwhile, like the person who's generating in the first place this archetype that people are aspiring towards is essentially like a hollow hungry ghost that has no real center to it. And that's kind of like the way I kind of really like, people who are just shallow, and they seem to be kind of almost just like empty and bereft. And it's like everything in their life is just sort of like a performance rather than something that's actually kind of like natural and authentic. And there was something, I had this thought the other day, and that is regards to compassion. And I think the general rule is, well, because I think like especially in this the world we live in today, there's a lot of fake love, there's a lot of fake compassion. People saying that they're so great, and but you realize that they're actually very like mean and kind of bullying, terrible people. And I think it goes back to the creative writing rule of show don't tell. I might have mentioned this before, but just like truly compassionate people will show you that they're compassionate through their actions, how they treat you, whereas fake people will tell you how compassionate they are. So it's that. So I've always, when it comes to art and writing, I've always followed that creative writing rule of show don't tell. But I've also realized it pretty much applies to like life in general.
Yeah, once again, there's the repressed, and then there's what there is. And you're so right about that,
Yeah, in Taoism they say the boastful shall not be credited. And so our actions speak louder than words.
Exactly. I think that we when we start to label ourselves, we create a shadow. Because Okay. That was the Pekingese biting someone. I shouldn't be laughing. He's a cheeky little bugger. I hope my son wasn't messing with him. Because he's a cute little bugger too. But when Joshua messes with the Pekingese, he gets bitten. And it's a good medicine for him, to learn respect for dogs. No, a Pekingese. A Pekingese is like that tiny little dogs. It's his mom's dog. I mean, I've got a golden retriever and a Alaskan Malamute. What was that? I don't hear what you're saying. I love you more than anything in the world. Good night, Joshua Eli. Sleep well. And so my train of thought just got muddled. But I also think that you were saying, Rob, about the Ridgeback. So Pekingese, he bites, and he's instant. He bites though. Like if he's sleeping on my couch and I carefully, gently try and slide my hands underneath him to pick him up and moving, I can get bitten.
You have a Ridgeback?
No, I did have a Ridgeback many years ago. Now I've got a golden retriever and a Malamute.
I got a Ridgeback.
Have you got a Ridgeback?
He's a Ridgeback pit mix, but he looks more like a Ridgeback.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I had a Ridgeback in Sri Lanka. They're lovely dogs.
Yeah.
Indigo, come here. Come here, my sweetheart. Yeah, this side. Yeah. Come to daddy. Yeah. This side, this side. Yeah, Indigo. Not by my speakers. Yeah. It's my daddy's girl. You don't have to bark. It's all right. So it's okay. It's okay. She heard the little one shouting and getting aggressive now. All the dogs are like hair triggers. But the chilled out one is the Malamute. He's over there. He's chilled. He's like, I'm so big, it doesn't matter. The giant dogs, they just nothing stresses them out. But this idea that was being presented before I got sort of distracted. You see, emotions. This is like a classic example. I went into an emotion of fear there, like afraid. Like, did little Henry get hurt? Did someone get bitten? Did my son get bitten? One or two fears. Either fear like disturbs me, little doggy being hurt or my son being hurt. They both, and so that caused me to disassociate and become someone else for a moment. Does that make sense? I think we do it all the time unconsciously. We don't recognize when we're doing it. Like to bring it back to what we were talking about, the shadow. And it makes you want to forget when you do that. Isn't it interesting? You suddenly forget, like, oh, where was I? What was going on? You have to then a train of thought. You need to create a chain of circumstantial ideas to bring you back. Namaste, Naraka. How are you? Yeah, they're lion hunters. Lion hunters. I love them. But they're very dainty. If you've got a female Ridgeback, they want to be on the couch. They want to be pampered. They like on the bed. Hey?
But they're energetic. They will. If you like to go out and hike and stuff, they'll go along with the journey for you. Go for walks. They're up for the trip.
I lived in the jungles with a Ridgeback. Don't even forget about it, man. Ridgebacks rock. They get aggressive towards elephants and stuff, though, which is a problem. A Malamute would have been better in the jungle because they're more intelligent.
Yeah.
But Ridgebacks are full of heart. You know what I mean? They've got a lot of heart.
Yeah.
Brave in their own way,
Oh yeah.
But yeah, to what you guys were talking about a minute ago, this idea that we basically create this distinctness of ourselves, right? And I think that the moment we start to define ourselves, we lose ourselves because we're truly undefinable. And as children, we knew that we were undefinable and we accepted that we are undefinable and we were okay with being undefinable. And so we just were. And then as adults, we want to define the limits of who we are. And then we become this one little limited person. But that limited person can't cope with all of life. So we now need to create another little limited person to create with those aspects of life. And then we need to create another little limited person to create with, to associate with those parts of life. And so we've got all these little roles that we're playing, and we literally create them out of the parts of ourselves. It's about specialization. And look at our society. Our society has become so over specialized that a doctor doesn't study nutrition. Oh gosh, I love saying that. I love putting that out there for people to just wake up. Doctors don't study nutrition. Like, what does that say about medicine? Oh.
There are doctors who do study nutrition called functional medicine doctors or integrative medicine doctors, thankfully.
Those are real doctors.
Insurance, though, but those are real doctors.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Their prescriptions are usually lifestyle and diet changes before anything else, because that's real medicine right there.
Yeah, man. On point, on point. And so I think that we've forgotten how everything connects to everything else. And this reflects the chain of being, in a sense, that making small changes to one link in the chain has big, profound effects on all parts of the chain. And so we've been taught in our way of thinking that you need a new chain, where you don't need a new chain or a completely different chain. You just need to adjust little links in that chain, and that will make the whole chain different. Like you say, little change in your diet, little change in your lifestyle. Maybe wake up earlier in the morning, maybe go for a walk in the morning, maybe eat more fruit in the mornings, make sure you get some more leaves during the day, eat less of the bad fats, try not to fill your body with useless carbs that you don't need so much of. And suddenly your health improves, right? You're not getting sick anymore. So that there's so many little things, little adjustments that we can make. Quitting alcohol broke the chain. Nice.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah, booze.
Yeah.
Ori.
I recently, over the past few days, been struggling with a bacterial infection in my gut. I ended up getting Helicobacter pylori infection in my gut, also known as H. pylori. It's a difficult one. I had that once before, so this time I knew better than to let it linger. And I was able to. It's got like a rotten eggs like taste of your belches and stuff, and it's not a good feeling. So if you ever get that or know anybody who gets that, you can take green tea, and constant bombardment of it by green tea will eventually kill it. But they found that broccoli sprouts is the most effective way to kill it off. So I ended up getting some broccoli sprouts yesterday, put it in a wrap, and the broccoli sprouts completely zapped it and it's gone. But if you look up now on the computer, just a few years ago, if you looked it up, they tell you the natural remedies. Now they tell you they have to go on a pump in a hospital for a week. I don't know what they're talking about, but anybody who needs to leave work and go to a pump on a hospital for a week, it's ridiculous that they're making people do this medical technology stuff nowadays. But I was able to get rid of this bacterial infection in less than 24 hours with broccoli sprouts. They're incredible. I've learned about the broccoli sprouts from Rhonda Patrick on the Joe Rogan show, but there's something in the broccoli sprouts called sulforaphane, and sulfur is very, very effective at youthing and reverse aging. So broccoli sprouts are very good to add to your diet. If you like microgreens, they're one of the best microgreens for youthing. Keep you young.
It's funny you say that. I've been craving broccoli the whole week. I've just been eating broccoli.
Yeah, it's so good.
And I eat a lot of sulfur. I dose up. The black Kala Namak Himalayan salt is full of sulfur. It's like
So
and it's dissolved sulfur that your body can just literally just suck it up. It's also got like
right.
a liquid iron
Mm,
that your body can just suck up the iron and the sulfur. And so
yeah.
I'm like big on sulfur and copper. And but this broccoli, oh my gosh, I've eaten broccoli like every day this week.
Yeah,
I've just been
broccoli
stir frying it
high in
with
calcium.
veg.
And so if you have like high iron and take broccoli, it balances out your iron. That calcium and iron balance each other out. They're good. I ended up getting too much iron from taking Shilajit from the Himalayas, which is packed with iron and other minerals. And I was also taking molasses, which is incredibly iron rich. And I was taking strawberries, which are of course iron rich, being red as they are. And I ended up getting hemochromatosis from all that iron. So broccoli was my solution. But broccoli is great. Broccoli is a cruciferous vegetable. It's not a lectin. It doesn't damage your gut like a lot of other vegetables like nightshades and I believe peppers, tomatoes, wheat. There's so many things that are lectins that are damaging to the gut. But cruciferous vegetables and hemp seeds are some of the most healthiest foods for your gut health.
Yeah, man, and cabbage.
Yeah, cabbage and broccoli and what else?
Even cauliflower.
Brussels sprouts
Yeah.
are all made from the mustard plant. Did you know that?
I
Franklin?
didn't realize that, but now that you mention it, I can taste it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure cauliflower must be too.
Yeah, cauliflower as well.
Also got that taste. It's a certain kind of it's a Moorish taste. Like once
Yeah.
and I've stopped, like I haven't bought potatoes now in like a month and a half. I've only been buying sweet potatoes.
Potatoes are a superfood. Sweet potatoes are really good for they have what women need in there in yams, sweet potatoes, which is progesterone. Women don't get enough of that.
Yeah.
But those colors in the sweet potato shows there's a lot of good polyphenols in there that's good to help your immune system and stuff and clean you out. Beautiful thing.
Exactly. You get the purple ones and the orange ones.
Yeah.
So I get purple and orange, and then I've got like a good balance of different minerals.
That's
Yeah.
great. Like better than getting it from tartazine or something, you know what I mean?
And beetroot.
Yeah. Beetroot's
Good old
great
beetroot.
for blood.
Yeah, blood conditioner.
Yeah.
So I think like
Too for the heart. Artichoke hearts.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, once again, the chain of health. Now we're in the chain of health. For those of you that thought we were off topic, let's bring it back down. The chain of health. What you eat. These foods are chains of nutrients chained into each thing. And you unlock that chain when you eat it. And that chain of nutrients goes into become your body, and putting the correct chain, the correct combination of things into your body puts everything where it needs to be. Like me, I love my broccoli. What I eat for a meal is this: broccoli, mushrooms, brown mushrooms, and portobello mushrooms. I can't eat without eating mushrooms. I need my copper, and it's got to be dark mushrooms. So I'll have like brown mushrooms and portobello mushrooms and broccoli and yellow pepper sometimes, not too much, and red pepper sometimes, green pepper sometimes, and baby marrow, courgettes, and stir fry it all very lightly, and then throw chickpeas and stir fry that lightly, and a little bit of tomato, but not just any tomato, the small baby new tomatoes. They are easier on the system, I find. You know, those little tiny ones, the cherry tomatoes. I find them easier, like on the gut and on the system. They're sweeter. They're not so like harsh, like those big harsh banana tomatoes.
Yeah.
And I just stir fry that all up. Maybe throw a couple of nuts in there, you know, and that's a meal.
So good.
You know what I find interesting? I was thinking about this the other day, that in a sense, the human species has probably the most diverse diet of any animal on the planet. You know, because every animal, like, it'll eat one type of plant, or it'll, kill one type of animal. But in a way, we kind of eat a little bit of everything on this planet, whether it be plants, animals, minerals. And what was interesting about that insight is it's almost like we as a human species are kind of like a collective composite of all the organisms on the planet coalesced into one being. So it's like we human beings are kind of like a little bit of everything, because if we essentially we eat everything, so we're kind of like all of it at once.
That's true. They're all we eat. Yeah, bears and pigs and hogs are also have pretty diverse diet. But the things that humans eat are not even on the menu for things in nature. The frankenfoods nowadays. Good God. But a lot of the 200,000 toxicants that we create in an industrialized, mechanized society right now are being bombarded into nature. And so strange things are happening. We got zebras are developing spots now. We got female lions growing manes. And unfortunately, the elephants' penises are shrinking. They're being bombarded with phytoestrogens. So it's becoming a concern. The reproductive situation is looking a little bit a little weird right now. So we got to look out with all these chemicals we've been pushing out. I think it's been considered to be possibly deemed best for the collective to lessen the male libido with these phytoestrogens in just about everything we eat, particularly in the plastic packaging. And so, it'll make men less aggressive, but it'll also make us age faster. It could lead to infertility, and it has and does. It also possibly can alter the endocrine systems of mothers and children. So, I mean, as good of a thing as it might be doing for us, I think there's going to be a lot of detriments from these phytoestrogens that have been now kind of covered up from the political correctness of gender orientation. I think people are not allowed to question, why is this becoming so prevalent? Does it have anything to do with the food or the medicine? And in a lot of Catholic societies, they've considered that this birth control kind of like makes us rot from the inside. They have these stories and fables and kind of tall tales about what they'll do to us. But there's probably a lot more going on with these birth control pills than we might know, as far as damaging the endocrine systems of our offspring and such. We tend to notice things like when people are born with no arms and their hands are on their shoulders, and it's a birth defect from the birth control. We realize, well, that one needs to go. But other ones are kept around, and there's lesser symptoms, but they might be worsening through generations. So we need to keep an eye on those things. But yeah, humans do eat some very strange things. But I wanted to also, at some point in the show, mention bacteria being like the foundational chain of life. And I know that bacteria can live unimpeded in outer space and thrive in outer space without an atmosphere, which is kind of perplexing and it was hard to believe for me, but it's amazing. And there's amino acids are in nebulous clouds out in the cosmos, and amino acids are the building blocks of life. So I have a theory that the mind of God began with the building blocks of bacteria to create life. And it's called the protokaryotic hive mind theory. I believe that they may have a hive mind that connects them all throughout time that we can access within our own minds, because all of our cells have mitochondria, which have bacterial chain, a circular link of 16 chromosomes. And so in our neurons, we have 10 times as many mitochondria. It would seem that the mitochondria are organizing the movements of our nervous system and our thoughts in our mind. through orchestrating the electrical charges of our nervous system. I believe that they are able to have animals access instincts and instinctual pathways that they can take at a crossroad at which they come to. They're able to receive information from their ancestors about what they might do in situations, what plants are healthier than others, or which ones that can they eat. I feel like animals have access to this information. Humans have kind of lost their connection to it, but we still do as well. And shamans are able to reconnect with it. I feel like I've been able to reconnect with that aspect of our mind, and it's connected through a hive mind, which may or may not be connected to the mitochondria, but I feel strongly that it is.
I think a lot of it has to do with how modern society defines the nature of mind. I within my work and my studies, I've been kind of more postulating and pushing the theory that consciousness is something that is uniform throughout the entire body, as opposed to something that's only localized in the brain. And I think this belief that consciousness is localized in the brain has kind of given us a very weird, sort of skewed funhouse mirror perception of ourselves that doesn't really quite, lack on figuring out the hard problem of consciousness. And it's kind of interesting when you take that approach that the body, has its own consciousness. Like, I guess the way I would describe it is like if you like talking about like burning your hand, for example, it's like when you remember how you felt when you burnt your hand on maybe the stove or some sort of object, you don't remember that memory doesn't exist in your head. It exists in the hand where it happened. And so it's like there's a sort of a memory in the sense of feeling, learning to touch and association. And oftentimes I find that memory is not, going into your mind and sort of like finding it, like finding a file on a computer. It always seems to be an associative process. I'll say some kind of word, an idea, or a thing, and that'll be like immediately chained. I think this goes back and this goes into the chain of life topic, and that those ideas are there's an association that you have that is chained with the idea, and you forgot that. It's almost like when I say maybe I mention a name, maybe I'll mention Stonehenge or Abraham Lincoln, or just some name, just some random thing, and you'll be thinking like, oh yeah, I remember that one thing. It's almost like we have like this sort of like this lattice network of chains, and sometimes there's certain areas where there's like a bridge that's been cut off, but sometimes when you hear a certain idea or a concept, that bridge gets filled up, and then you access that memory. And I think too that memory is also tied to location. I kind of remember like, walking in this field in my cousin's house, and I would have like a certain kind of thought jump into my head when I would go into a specific like location, and then I walk back into that location, that same thought sort of jumped into me. And I think that when it comes to the whole idea of memory, that you can start to see that like there's a kind of a deeper universal nature sort of mind. But because we've been taught to think of consciousness as these sort of like separate floating islands, which is sort of like our brain, we don't really see that connectivity anymore, and we don't understand how objects or animals or locations can have memories or perceptions, or understanding, just understanding consciousness in general. I think that the problem, with materialism is that they have to explain how consciousness arises from a universe completely, totally, and utterly devoid of consciousness. And that's a pretty challenging prospect. And it's challenging because it's like it's literally impossible, and it basically kind of shows why that kind of materialist worldview doesn't work, because really consciousness is not compatible with that. They want to have their cake and eat it too, and say, oh, that consciousness comes from matter, but that matter itself doesn't have consciousness. And I think that what creates that split, that sort of that weird dichotomy, is this idea that consciousness is only localized in the brain, or it's this kind of this on and off binary where it's either on or it's off, where I see it more as a gradient. Like, I think that when we go into dreamless sleep, we're not truly unconsciousness. We're just conscious at such a small and microscopic level that our sort of our main mind, our waking mind, is not able to process or deal it. In the same way that if I take a ball and I have some kind of a shrink ray, and that ball gets smaller and smaller and smaller, eventually it'll get so small that it'll seem like it disappears. But if you look at it under a microscope, you can see that the ball has just been shrunken down to microscopic size. And I think that's what happens to consciousness when we're in a state of dreamless sleep or anesthesia. It gets so small that we don't really notice it. And I think that, when we start to realize that consciousness and memory is something that is uniform throughout the whole body, these kind of insights make a lot more sense. Whereas if you kind of go with the modern sort of take that consciousness only exists in the brain, it's this kind of epiphenomenon of material conditions that gets wiped off after physical death, then consciousness is a lot more difficult to understand. It's a lot more difficult to see how things are chained together, because it's almost like, I guess I kind of have this image in my head where it's like, okay, never mind. I don't really know how to describe what I'm talking about, but you guys get what I'm driving here, right?
Yeah, there's something that's very metaphysical about the mind that does not necessarily need to be explained by materialism. But I feel, though, as though we found that there's definitely some new discoveries that we found in materialism that are tracing to something that's not really being allowed by academia, because we're starting to understand that even though the mind is higher than material of the body, there's aspects of the brain that and the body that uses the neurons in the body, where we're seeing that there's a lot more mitochondria in the brain facilitating the thoughts and the movements, but at the same time there's mitochondria all throughout the body. So it's like almost as if like they're messengers. And so if there's like mitochondria in your hand where you say the memory resides from having been burned one time, that mitochondria needs to have a messenger in the central nervous system that's going to be able to relay that message out to other parts of the body, or to be able to reconnect that system, that signal back to the brain, allows the person to be aware that that hand carries that memory, and that hand was able to share its memory to the mind in the brain, so the person can understand that they have this sensitivity to fire in that hand and they're aware of it now. So there may or may not be a necessity of the neural pathways for the thoughts to travel, but what's going on here is that we see in the polyvagal nerve, the mood is strongly affected by non-human bacterial cells in the gut. So the bacterial cells are strongly influencing our thoughts and moods in our body. And I feel like they are facilitating our thoughts before we're aware of them. So our thoughts may be coming from another place, but they're able to enact the process of the thought in the body before we're aware of the thought itself, oftentimes. And so I believe that we have free will, but at to a large degree, we have been programmed to operate out of our programming most of the time. When we use free will, we're using our true consciousness, which is very rarely. To do this is to reprogram ourselves. So if we're going off of our programming, I feel like the body kind of operates in a habitual way that's facilitated by the mitochondria, and they have access to morphic resonant fields throughout time to be able to access more information than we would think. They can access all information through time and space. But if we're not using our consciousness and trying to question things and reprogram ourselves, we're not going to be aware of how much information is crossing through them. So I feel like they are the God particle. I feel like the bacteria is maybe the God particle through which all mind crosses before, and it's the way that it reaches us, because they're able to transcend all bounds, and they are within all things. And so I feel like a rock also has consciousness as well, or a spirit, a kami in Shintoism. And that may or may not be influenced by the bacteria in their resonance of their mind upon it or nearby it. So I feel like it's not only by mitochondria within our cells that influences our mind in the travel and the pathway of our thoughts, but also the bacteria within us and upon us that also influence the resonance of our thoughts.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there. There's two definite aspects, and I think like where you were hitting onto the mitochondrial DNA, I think you're really touching on base. I actually want to respond to that, but I first want to respond to the sleep thing. Look, I see the chains, the links in the chain of consciousness as being different links, and these links seem to be temporal, linking the future to the present and the past, and the present becomes a link towards the future and the past. These are like chain links, as I see it. And I consider that the future and the past are right here, right now with us from a shamanic perspective. They're not yet to happen or has happened. That's human expression and experience that puts it into a timeline of what was and is and what will be. But it's all right here, right now, because I conceptualize time as the fourth dimension. It's here, it's now, it's not somewhere else. And so that sleep thing, and I noticed from practicing lots of meditation, you know, if you're like meditating like pretty much most of your day, you know, your whole day from like 3:30 in the morning till 8:30 p.m. and a lot of that, when you're not meditating, you're doing, if you training like most of just about your whole day, then what happens is you don't slip through, you pass right through alpha almost instantly, straight into beta. And straight into that, like, you know, quarter hertz of algorithms of brain. And what I noticed from going straight into that extremely deep sleep was that it's like you put your head down and you step outside of time. And you're in a place where you're all of time, the past and the future right now. And it's very interesting because what it feels like is that you put your head on the pillow, you close your eyes, and you open your eyes, and the night has gone past. That's what it feels like experientially. And it's interesting, like I used to put different crystals in different points of my body, lie down, put the crystals on, close my eyes, and wake up, and the crystals are still on the points. It felt like I've literally just lie down, closed my eyes, and opened my eyes. But 6 hours has passed. And I noticed that the more I got adept at going into that sleep and just skipping past dreams altogether, it's like we get a complete experience of time, but we cannot put it into there's nowhere to put it in this timeline-oriented existence that we are living in, because you can't put that kind of information into anything. It doesn't fit here. So I don't think that, like, I don't see it like this getting further and further. I see it as embracing more. We're seeing all that we're seeing here, but we're seeing so much more that we're seeing it all at once, that there is no perception. There's just awareness, pure awareness without any perception, because the perception angle lens has become so broad that it is encompassing the future and the past and the present simultaneously. And so it's an interesting concept when we look at this temporal experience and sleep and that deep sleep. Usually we go into alpha, and then from alpha we go through, and like I feel very lucky that I can put my head down and just be sleeping. I just put my head down, I'm sleeping, and I'm like deep sleep. Yeah. Skip past all the nonsense and go straight into that like intense, deep sleep. And there's something quite powerfully rejuvenating when we're in that state, because we're not tied to our timeline. We're sort of encompassing so much more energy and more awareness. And the only reason why we don't carry that, although we do, and what I noticed is the more conscious I became, I'd still be aware of my body sleeping. So hypothetically, let's say I'm in that deep sleep. If somebody looks at my body, I'm aware that they looked at my body. If my ex-wife was having a nightmare, I'd be aware that she was having a nightmare, and I'd pinch her in her sleep to bring her out of the nightmare. So I was like, I was here. I was conscious. If something came into the room like a scorpion or a snake or something, I would know that it's coming to the room and I would wake up. So, like there's a part of our consciousness which is always completely present here. Only when that a part is like 100, imagine it as electricity. So there's 100 watts of awareness here. You go into that deep state, suddenly there's 100 watts of awareness here, 100 watts there, 100 watts there, and by the time you're dealing with it, you're dealing with tens of thousands of watts, right? That 100 watts is lost in the 10,000s of watts. So it feels like you're drifting further away from the 100 watts, but you're not. You're still in the 100 watts. You're just realizing all the more watts around than just the 100. And so your mind no longer becomes small-minded about that 100 watts, because it's embracing tens of thousands of watts as a concept, like in terms of quantifying the idea of consciousness. I think that's interesting. And then what you were saying about the shamanic line, I love that. It's really so on point. And then the other point was about how mind and thought and matter, I don't see them as being separate. In my model, matter is made out of thought. So, and then I'll use the human body as a paradigm, like to explain this concept. So we've got proteins. We've got proteins that make up our body, right? And these proteins are essentially synthesized out of what? Amino acid chains and lipids, which are essentially hormones. And these hormones are essentially amino acids. When we look at them, they're represented by 3 nucleotide sequences along the mRNA molecule. So, these ribosomes that you were talking about, these small blocks, right, of these hormones are constructed out of the bits which are the substance of the DNA, right? And the substance of the DNA is essentially what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about these nucleotides, right? And these nucleotides have within them the substances that make up the more coarse stuff. So we like to think of hormones as being separate to DNA, without recognizing that hormones are actually made out of the substance of DNA, and that proteins are made out of the substance of hormones. You see, they're just remixed and added up and put together in a different way. So I look at that relationship, and I look at like that thoughts are made out of emotions. They take little parts of emotions and build up little thoughts. And then matter, you take little bits of thoughts and build up parts of matter. Do you see that threefold presentation? The three worlds of the shaman, the Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah, three aspects of the state of being in the Kabbalah, or the three states in the yogic cosmology, the causal, the astral, and the etheric. These are made out of each other. So the astral is made out of the causal substances, and the etheric is made out of the astral substances, and the physical is made out of the etheric substances. And the etheric substances relate to thoughts, which are constructed out of emotions, which are constructed out of fundamental characteristics, qualities beyond quality, which are become qualities. Characteristics is probably the best way to try and find a word to encompass it. So I see that matter is made out of smaller things. And we look at all these atoms, and we look within the atoms, and we see the quarks, and we look within the quarks, and what do we see within the quarks? We see these gluons. Let me find a picture of a gluon. Gosh, I should flash you guys some gluon pictures. There's some pretty cool gluon images to flash. And gluons are like merkabas. So gluons are gluon images. Let's see if I can get good images of gluons. There we go. Is that a good image of gluons? So I'll try and get a couple. Open image in new tab. And then I'll get another one. Open image in new tab. So yeah, I should have these two. And so yeah, let me share this with you. So for those of you that haven't seen gluons, it's really interesting to observe these little buggers. Present, share screen, entire screen.
You want that sound, buddy?
Why can't I share entire screen?
It's work.
I can't seem to share. Are you guys having this problem too, by the way?
No, let me see. Present. Share screen.
Isn't that weird, huh?
Screen sharing is easiest with two monitors. What is that? I don't have that.
Yeah.
I wish you could have TV connected.
Oh, no, I can share screen. Sorry. My mistake. So there we go. So you should be able to see it now. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So there you can see the gluons, right?
Is this real?
These are the gluons. So these are what quarks are made out of. This is what they've smashed together in these colliders.
Is this like
it
really is?
Yeah, this is what they are. They actually consist of six of these. This is really what it is. You have three and you have three. That's the Merkaba. The Merkaba. What we're talking about in the Kabbalah, when we look at the Merkaba, which is the structure of the human psyche, this is what quarks are made out of.
Dude,
and if you look at it, it's incredible. And here you can see how they fit together, right? And
wow.
What they basically are, you see here, they're showing you the structure of the positive and the negative. There's a triangle of these three and a triangle of these three, and they actually spin in opposite directions. And the one is facing upwards and the one is facing downwards. And so the positive and the negative is consisted of this fundamental structure. And so matter is constructed of merkabas. When you look at the gluons, and the gluons are basically the smallest parts, you know. Do I have better images here? And so you can see more of these images here. You can see. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? And so you see these three poles that are being bound, and you see how they make up the flower of life. Can you see this? This is incredible. How this Merkaba then has different vectors operating in its system that creates the force paradigm of this that looks like an octahedron, if you can see this. It's incredible. And so we can see where our sacred geometry of the mind comes from, and just exactly how mind-blowing it is when we realize what, you know, the sacred geometry and the Kabbalah and all these ancient things we're really talking about, you know, fundamentally. So anyway, it's just food for thought for us to recognize and realize that these things that we're considering as, you know, our thoughts are actually substances that make up matter. When we understand this, suddenly we understand what siddhi are. Why can we manipulate matter with our minds? Why? We need to answer this question. We need to recognize why the siddhi exists, why every religious organization believes in miracles, why people can levitate up into the air, why people can be fireproof, why people can have insane strength and be able to change the mass of objects when they lift them, why people can exist in the future and in the past and have memories of what is to be, premonitions and prophecies. Why can this happen? Well, if matter is made out of thoughts, it explains everything. Now let's look at the shamanic cosmology of the chain. So the chain of life is this. We have the spiritual world, we have the underworld, and we have the middle world. And so these correspond to Atzilut and Yetzirah and Bria. And so Yetzirah represents the underworld, our thinking, our etheric aspirations. And Atzilut represents the divine dream of shamanic cosmology. And the astral field represents the emotional plane of the middle world. This is where all the work gets done by the shaman, by the way. This is where miracles happen in the astral, because the astral is a go-between the causal and the etheric. And so the emotional field, emotion, the amino acid chains program the proteins in our body. But it's not just amino acids programming proteins that become our physical bodies. There's aspects of thoughts programming atoms to become physical objects. So this is why when we practice, we can unlock the siddhi, and why there is this long list of siddhi. There's this chain. We are connected in a chain of life to every atom that exists. There is no atom that we are disconnected to, because it's made out of the substance of our thoughts. And this is why we mine our mind, what we have mined from deep inside reality. And then we think of minds as being inside our bodies instead of being outside there. When we're thinking, thoughts are moving through matter. We want to think that our thoughts are separate to matter, instead of thoughts are actually little movements through matter that come into our bodies. And then we wonder why we manifest a particular life. The thoughts we think manifest the reality we live in. The thoughts we think bring causal events and consequences and circumstances to us. Why do we manifest things? Because we are thinking from matter back into our bodies. The mind isn't in this head, the mind is matter. And the very thought that we're experiencing is a flow through the subatomic structure of matter that we're experiencing. How's that for a concept?
Of my ideas from the chitta. In the Vedic understanding of the mind, there's the fourth mind, the chitta, which is the mind of the DNA that transcends through time. And so I think, DNA is, to me, like the tree of life that's created by the mitochondria. I feel like, to me, it's interesting how mitochondria are the energy of the cell, but without the mitochondria, there's really no power to the cell. Now, there's some organisms have developed to where they don't have mitochondria anymore, but there's a remnant of it, and they have instead photosynthetic process that powers them instead, or something else. But usually, bacteria will be there to respirate in the process of photosynthesis. So it's all been so interesting to me. But I've had visions where when we make a decision in our mind, the mitochondria are able to create multiverse of different universes and travel to different futures to see what will become from certain actions before we have the option to take a choice. And so, in a way, the multiverse is very real in our own minds. When each decision we make, there's a multiverse that's created as a whole tapestry to choose from when we make a decision. It's not just, oh, I feel like doing this. Why do we feel like doing this? Because parts of our mind have already ventured out into the future to that possible reality and come back saying this feels like a probable way of course of actions for you to go forth. And there's multiple different ones. So I feel like also in Aldous Huxley's Doors of Perception, it's suggested that there's a lot more taken in by the mind than we're actually aware of. And I know that to be true because I tend to hunt four-leaf clovers. And when I walk by one, I won't notice it, but my subconscious mind will. And it'll tell me to keep looking. Oftentimes when there's something lost, I'll know that I've seen it in my mind's eye. And my mind is leading me to somewhere, to where it is. I didn't know where it was. So there's parts of our minds that has knowledge that the consciousness is not aware of. And I don't know what to attribute that to, but I feel like there is a higher consciousness within us that is aware of things that just allows us to know certain small aspects of that in our consciousness.
So with my current work with the Fae, they've been throwing this idea at me lately about the idea of existing in four places at once, and that this sort of way in which your soul or mind exists in multiple places, that not only allows you to truly understand how nonlinear time is actually perceived, but I think it gives you more, it kind of gives you a broader access to sort of the outside of time, because the way they kind of have this framework is that there's kind of like the physical half of the world, which is called the Zarfex interior, and then there's the right half, which is the more non-physical part, the indeterminate zone. Now, the thing about matter is that it's essentially it's like if you take sort of the fractal of the universe in the physical realm, it's sort of frozen into this quantum it's sort of quantum soup that sort of exists outside of nonlinear time. But in the astral plane, this realm is reflected as the sort of the fractal DMT sort of hyperspace realm in my model. And when you're in that hyperspace side of perception, you can kind of be in several places at once. You know, it's like where you're kind of like you see your physical surroundings, but you might also have a really vivid mental image, or you have a sort of like you're in these. Because like one thing that's interesting about like spiritual visions for me is that I don't see them with my physical eyes. It's almost exists as if they exist outside of the walls of the current environment I'm staring at, almost like they exist outside of my peripheral vision, outside of my own bubble, if I will. And when it comes to understanding, getting, psychic powers, it's all about learning how to sort of have your perception exist in multiple spaces at once, almost like you think of your consciousness as a hand, and each of your sort of like whether your physical perception, your perception in your imagination, your emotion, or talking about that kind of like interconnected timeless space, it's almost like they're fingers on the hand, and you can kind of move those fingers in different spots and kind of shape your hands in different ways. But when we're our normal waking consciousness, when things kind of get frozen down into this sort of this solid Zarfex we live in, it then gets sort of condensed into one. It can get condensed into sort of like this one perception node, and the other perception nodes kind of get like lost sort of in the background. Whereas it's almost like kind of like a prism where the light is split into different colors, and you can see how the white is made up of all these different colors, but the way everything here in matter is sort of condensed. I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about these concepts without using the Zarfex terminology, but I don't want to bog people down in weird fairy jargon.
No, I like that.
Yeah,
I identify with that, being able to see multiple things at once. Go on, Franklin.
no, please, after you.
I've been in situations where, like, a lot of times I'm hearing some really good music on entheogenics, and all of a sudden I'm in another place at the same time, and I'm like, wow. So I'm seeing the place where I'm at, and I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm here. I know I'm here, but I'm really seeing this other place in my third eye, and I'm just like, wow, this place is amazing. I wish I could get a video camera out there and see that, again, but it's a different place. But that's powerful that your mind can be in multiple places at the same time. I definitely can testify to that.
And here's another interesting thing that you guys should experiment with. One of the things that the Fae tell me in terms of visualization is that actually the best way to do it is not necessarily with an open eye or closed eye, is to have only one eye open, and that eye should be your non-dominant eye. And what you try to do is you try to see your astral visions within the closed eye while keeping the main eye open. And what's interesting is what happens is when you do this, you start to then understand how the physical world and the astral world actually interact and interplay with each other. Because sometimes it's like the visions on one will bleed into the other.
Nice.
Yeah, that is an interesting exercise, I would say. And I also see what you're saying, with the different the fundamental three states that becomes the fundamental fourth state. So that's what those gluons are suggesting, right? Those pictures we were showing, they are showing these three points that become a polarity. And so the 3 points become a polarity that touches a inverted 3 points polarized to those 3 points. And then that becomes the fourth point of like this matter, right? Which is what the shamanic tradition. So the shamanic tradition is that there is a fundamental dream time that we're in, the physical world. But that physical world is a reflection of the lower world's dream time, which is a reflection of the middle world's dream time, which is a reflection of the divine world's dream time. And that these three worlds of dream time are like modulating in order to produce this final dream time, this fourth state that we're in, and that we are always in all four states of dream time, because the fundamental fourth state of dream time consists of all of these dream times in union, which is where these dream times are finding their reflections. What was crawling on my leg all the time? I must have like loads of baby spiders all over me. Anyway, they're trying to go up my pants. So, okay, don't think about that. Focus on better things. So this fundamental dream time is this physical manifestation. And so we see it in the way that Malkut and Ishya is binding Yetzira, Bria, and Atzilut together. And I believe from my adventurings and my experience that these are scalar versions of each other. So that this fundamental reality of earth time that we're in is a very small one. And that there's a macrocosmically bigger, scaled up version of this reality, which is the underworld. And then there's a scaled up, fractally larger version of this, which is our astral or our middle world of dream time. And this is within a even greater fractal expression of the fundamental soul dream time, the causal field, causal body. So the causal body holds within it the astral, holds within that the etheric, and holds within that the physical. And so we've it's like Russian dolls. I think this is what Russian dolls are all about. The Russian dolls are trying to reflect and show us that you have a body within a body within a body within a body, and that consciousness is modulating this experience, and that there's a fractal nature to reality, and that it's a scalar thing. It's a scalar reflection, and that this small reflection of this little reality that we're in, and that's this little reality seems so stuck because it's so compressed into a small thing that it's like seems like all crystallized. And when it's not so compressed, it's bigger. And when it's not so compressed, it's bigger. And when it's not compressed, it's all these 4 layers of compression that gives us this physical reality. And so that's how I conceptualize these 4 states, and we definitely are existing in these 4 states, because this is why we can travel into them with our consciousness. In other words, we can focus on any one of these 4 states and embed all of our awareness into that. We can sort of become unconscious of the other 3 and become conscious of this one, or become unconscious of the other 3 and become conscious of this one, or we can be conscious of more than one at a time. But the whole development of shamanic ability is about learning to not be conscious of those and be conscious of this, not be conscious of this. And the way that we do this is with rhythm, because these scalar reflections of each other are bound by principles of rhythm. And the rhythm principle is the way that the fractal interacts with its macrofractal, and the way that that macrofractal reacts with the same principles are being expressed. And so there's a fundamental rhythm to the way that these fractals expand from each other. And so the shaman uses rhythm to contemplate the connection between these 4 worlds, and is able to travel into the other 3 worlds, because we are usually locking our consciousness into this highly compressed state of this reality, and not allowing our awareness to become conscious and cognizant of the other realities within which this reality exists.
So I wanted to clarify the gluons. There's 3 of them, and then there's a 4th component, which is like the balancing, like Merkaba behind it. Is that right? That's amazing. I love that.
Yes, and there's 6 poles within this.
Okay.
And so the pluses and the minuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Totally fascinating. And this is what quarks are made out of. And so, and these gluons are like rotating like this. According to the polarities, they're doing this.
Okay.
Like a toric field.
Yeah.
So a toric field is an expression of these gluons. And so the whole idea of a toric field is what's going in and what's coming out. So we're aware of matter coming out of the toric field. What's going in? Thought. So like you go into a toric field, you warp through thought and you come out through matter. And you go out into matter and you warp through thought. So thought and matter are this is why the toric field exists. Because these gluons are reflecting through these different poles how two things can be in opposite spin to each other. And by the way, this is how the quantum entanglement works. The quantum entanglement is because of these gluons and their positive and negative charges. They entangle with other gluons. Isn't that incredible? And it's like we discovered it when we discovered quantum entanglement, or when we confirmed that there was enough evidence to accept that quantum entanglement is a thing. There was enough evidence to accept that these gluons were a thing. So it's very much connected to the notion of quantum entanglement, which is really what we're witnessing with quantum entanglement is how mind is manifesting all matter. And when we look within this matter, we see this matter connected to that matter. Well, because there's mind and thought connecting these two bits of matter.
You know, I've been postulating this idea that when it comes to because they talk about how sometimes certain universes or different planes have different laws of physics, and I think that that's determined based on how, like, I think so. Basically, in Zarfexology, the way they look at our physical Zarfex is that there are 16 physical Zerfaxes that kind of create these like meta multi-realities, and we exist in one of them, and each one of them has varying levels of awareness based on like what Zarfex is. Oh, kitty cat. Yeah. Oh, kitty cats. But based on kind of like whether it's reflecting towards lighter or darker Zarfexes. So the idea is like, if you think about it, it's like it just kind of like how we go through like how consciousness can be like, you know, higher or lower. And I feel like depending upon how conscious the sort of the matter substrate or the primary materia energy of each universe is, like how conscious is, that determines how complex the laws of physics are, how malleable they are to thoughts and intent. And it seems to like vary throughout different sort of dimensional spaces. So I think that when you understand that that relationship between matter and consciousness, it seems that but the relationship between matter and consciousness, whether one is stronger or more influential than the other, I don't know how you want to frame that. That seems to me, in my guess, like what determines like the laws of physics for each universe. So I'm thinking like, well, if, you know, physics are just this sort of like, you know, this blind kind of process, how would there be different laws of physics depending on the universe? But then you look at it in the panpsychist kind of point of view, it's like, oh yeah, that makes more sense. If it's like if you take like a clump of atoms, well, here, let me I have a way to explain this. So let's say I have like several buckets, and I kind of take each one has different types of matter with different levels of awareness and intelligence, and I put each of them in their own kind of separate dimensional, infinite, expanding voids. And if you put each one, depending upon how conscious that matter is, will organize itself in different ways, thus creating different laws of physics and creating different types of universes and so on and so forth. So I think understanding the relationship with consciousness and matter, I think this is really kind of the secret to understanding the worlds that exist outside of our own, by understanding the relationship between those vectors.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what all the ancients were talking about. Yeah. Why why we've conceptualized, the systems that we have, psycho-spiritual development systems, which all seem to add up, like whether it's Taoist traditions, yeah. Why it is a Tai Chi master can defy the laws of physics with his thoughts. Why it is a small man who's a tiny old man can have these big bodybuilders hitting him with metal poles as hard as they can, and they're not touching him. How he's able to create a force field around his physical body using his thoughts. Like just one example. And yeah, there are many of these kind of, but in the Taoist system, you see it more regularly. It's more. I was with a Shihan, who was a Japanese Zazen master, and he could do things. He could project energy out of his body at a distance and break something. So, it's real. It's out there, and you could call it ki, you could call it this, but really what it is it's consciousness. It's really what it is. And it's that relationship between consciousness and matter that's being triggered, to create some kind of reaction. Why magic works, right? So there's definitely a lot to this. Mexico was asking some really great questions. So the first question that Mexico asked, which was really interesting, was about the ancestral connection. Are you with us, Mexico? Maybe Mexico's not with us. Maybe there's a delay. But anyway, I'll carry on here. One of the things was what is the family connection? It was an earlier question. Where did she say? Oh, hold on. Here it is. How does the shadow work relate in context to one's direct family line? Yeah, Indy, what's your thoughts on that? How does shadow work relate to the family in one's direct line of familial association? And then the other question that goes sort of hand in hand with that is, how does guilt and jealousy fit into the chain that was spoken about earlier, which is relating to, I think, this familial chain? What are your thoughts on that, dear Indy?
Yeah, that's huge. That's big part of it. I mean, the programming of the shadow comes from the parents usually. It can also be influenced by peers. But if the family does not tolerate anger, there you go. And say, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. It's these little phrases that are passed down in parenting that suppress our emotions and program us to suppress them. So it has a lot to do with what kind of resonance do we have with our parental figures. Oftentimes, there's usually a pattern that's complete throughout the family unit where it's programmed by the mother. Usually, if the kids are fearful, it's because the mother showed her panic when she saw the kid near a spider or a snake or near danger on the swings, whatever it was. Whereas if the parents were more encouraging of the kid to be brave and tough, they wouldn't look as worried when the kid injured themselves. They probably wouldn't be as concerned or fearful. And so a lot of this stuff plays into how we form our emotional coping mechanisms in our life, and what we allow ourselves to express and what we consider to be not expressible. Oftentimes our parents will tell us that it's for boys, it's you make yourself look like a girl when you cry. That can be from your peers as well. You said, "Are you a girl? You're crying. You're acting like a girl." And so they'll try to shame boys to not show their sadness. Um, and a lot of times this can be from the family, but it's not always the case. And as far as guilt and shame goes, um, I think that's a difficult one because with guilt, um, people tend to hide guilt. That's one of the most suppressed emotions. So when people carry a lot of guilt, I think that comes from blame. A lot of times, the parents blame the kids for their problems. A lot of times, there's a big issue that's been a big prevalent issue in shadow work where the parents will tell the child, "You made me angry." So what we're seeing there is that the parent's shadow is in full denial, and they're blaming the child for their problems. And so the child then carries a guilt for creating the anger, which they didn't create. The parent carries the anger. The anger is triggered. Whoever triggers that anger does not necessarily do so intentionally. But later on, people can intentionally trigger anger once they realize what a trigger is. In order to trigger somebody intentionally, that can happen. Some people are malicious enough to want to do that kind of thing and use it to their advantage. But it's not always the case. So sometimes what's really going on is the children are triggering the parent. Parents are blaming the child wrongfully for their own issues with that have anger being expressed because of their triggers. And so the children should be able to have self-forgiveness and self-love to be able to release that guilt because it's really not something they should be carrying a lot of times. But in times where you are carrying guilt that should be carried, you have to, come to a resolution and bring that guilt to the forefront, try to come to a closure and be able to let that pass, trying to ask for forgiveness, trying to come to peace with your decisions in the past, maybe repent and try to change going forward. There's a lot of different means of going about it, but we all have different ways of trying to transform these dark energies into more constructive energies. But it comes from being able to acknowledge them first, and start to grapple with them, deal with them, and acknowledge them is the first step of the process after denial.
Yeah, and I think that's like really what it comes down to on a big level. And I also think that okay, so am I here? Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you freezing up? I think you're freezing up a little bit.
There we go.
You're back.
I seem to be back.
Yeah.
So very weird. So I think it's interesting when we look at the guilt and the jealousy. Because if you look at the word jealous relates to ER and L. ERL. JL, which becomes jail. Yeah. So the word jail is connected to the word jealous, which come from two god names, ER and L, which is essentially, I would say, Enki and Enlil, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a very interesting connection with jealousy and guilt. When I think of guilt, I think of a guild. Like guilt is something that when you're in a guild and you don't follow guild rules, you're now guilty. Yeah. So your family could be a guild. And if you don't follow the rules of your family, you then become guilty. And so the jealousy then implies looking at those that are in the guild and they are not being guilty, if that makes sense. So there's this fine polarity between being in the circle of the guild and being accepted and not being accepted in the circle of the guild. And I think that like jealousy works with that polarity with guilt. They work together like teammates. And very often, parents make children feel guilty when the parents are maybe jealous of something and they don't recognize that they're jealous, if that makes sense. Like they see their children as being childish, even though they see that that childishness is bringing so much joy to the child on some level. There's this, we've repressed that part of ourselves, so you must repress that part of yourself. It's a subconscious thing. Like we don't get to keep that part of ourselves, so you don't get to keep that part of yourself. I think there's this very interesting sort of repressive pattern that we've got going between adults and parents. So there's definitely this powerful connection that we can look at. And I think that when we look at the ancestral lineage, the ancestral chain carries this information through the DNA. So whatever our ancestors have been thinking, doing, experiencing, and feeling, we will have access to all that information. This is why, from a shamanic perspective, we can go into our subconscious, unconscious self and extract information from our ancestors directly, and they will become present, because that whole time-space thing doesn't really divide us. It's only a conceptual divide. But in reality, all time is existing right here, right now. So we can access through the DNA of our ancestors their consciousness right here. And so it's like we're never really separate to any of our ancestors. This is why when people pass away and we say, "You're living in my heart," because there is some place here that we're not aware of where they are still with us. Even though the ordinance of our journey through time has convinced us that they are no longer here, within the cosmic time that is all time here, the people that we've lost is still here. It's an interesting concept.
It is. I feel like it's a very poignant one. I feel like we know that they were here. We have that feeling in our hearts, that fondness. But I've also considered a possibility of the past being the future and the future being the past. And it's an interesting thought where when we think of having grown apart away from our families are expanding, becoming more and more expansive. Whereas if we look at things going the other way, we're all returning back to one, where we're reuniting with one another. Instead of creating more, we're integrating. So it's a fascinating way to look at things. But if time goes backwards, our memories are a glimpse of the future.
I think I think what you're saying is relevant, because I think time is moving in two directions.
Yeah.
And we're just experiencing one aspect of that flow, like the caduceus. And so it makes perfect sense. This is why we're able to know the future. This is why we're able to scry the future and see it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mexico. That's what it comes down to. You know, our families are our ancestors. And we then need to look at ourselves for our children. That's a really interesting concept, you know, how this reversal works. Time reversal, the relation reversal with ancestors, to think of ourselves as the ancestors of our kids, and to recognize that way we can now engage with our future children. Right? Are you with me?
Or our
We
future
can, in the present,
ancestors.
engage with our future children. What was that, brother?
Or you can think of them, if you really want to go the whole time as illusion thing, they're future ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's not that time's an illusion. It's that all time exists here and now, and our concept of time is elusive and illusionary. But time it's a cosmic scale of possibility here and now. And so we are able to engage with the future and the past in the present. This is a big thing in shamanism, actually. Soul retrieval is probably one of the most interesting and popular parts of shamanism that there is, because it's about retrieving parts of our soul from the past and bringing it to the present, and sometimes from the future, which is an interesting concept. And this can only be done when we decompress, and we go from decompressing from the underworld, decompressing into the middle world, decompressing into that bigger scale where the notions of time are not linear in the way that we conceive of them, but they're a broad scale of possibility. And then from the causal field, which is called the akasha, or the akashic field, all time exists within the akashic field. All time sits waiting for the present. How's that for a wonderful concept?
That's good.
All time is waiting for the present, and time is literally waiting, and that time then compresses. The causal compresses the astral, which compresses the waiting. The weight compresses the etheric, and the weight then compresses the physical, to give us a concept of particular time aspects, though all the other time is compressing that time into that little box, so that we can experience this small loop of causal events from cosmic time.
Have you ever heard this phrase? The past is history, the future is a mystery, but right now is a gift, which is why they call it the present. I like
Yeah,
that.
man. And what kind of a tree is the future? A mist tree.
Mystery.
Yeah. And mist is when the water is evaporating, not quite raining. It's like an interesting concept. If we look at what the word mystery is, and these tree of thoughts, tree of belief. We are all just walking each other home, the cosmic scale. Yeah, that's beautiful as an idea. We are walking each other home. And so with kinesiology, they work first in the present, then in the past, and then in the future. So, and obviously Mexico is a kinesiologist, so this is her thing. So that's an interesting concept as well. You see, all of these disciplines, and kinesiology seems to find a lot of its knowledge from Taoism, right? Like the maps of the body, the organ associations. There seems to be a lot of Chinese medicine and Taoist cosmology that has become like a body of information, which is basically the raw bones of kinesiology. Would that be an accurate way of looking at it, Mexico? Taoist medicine, alchemy, expressed as a treatment system, which takes into account all of these things. And so the Taoists are also very much in this concept of time and the three poles of time. This is why the I Ching exists, right? Comes from the Tao.
Yeah.
And the I Ching is all about being able to coordinate the past and the present and the future, and being able to see the past, the present, or the future in the I Ching.
Well, let's talk about Taoism and the mystery. Makes me think of this poem that I wrote. I wrote this Taoist parable here, and I'd like to read real quick. That'd be right?
Yeah, bro.
Cool. The eternal dance of yin and yang brings harmony amidst the chaos of 10,000 things, sending rain from the heavens to extinguish the fires of men that burned the sacred Bodhi tree. Even after all has gone awry, the mysterious divine cosmic force of nature settles the muddy waters amongst the innumerable things. The virtue of the mysterious source lies within the myriad things in this river of life. The spirit of oneness brings existence into being while effortlessly yielding magnanimity. The sage spontaneously cultivates insusceptibility through transcending limitations synchronistically. By recognizing one's integration with all that is and reciprocating the benevolence of nature, one returns to the uncarved block. The serene journey is found through unobtrusively manifesting resonance with the wild beasts and birds beyond one's wildest imagination. Thus, seeing oneself as an extension of the stars, sun, and moon beyond, while exploring an ocean of possibilities. The mysterious life force energy sings a hymn of the ineffable, ascending us to a higher plane by our forgetting of the illusory separation. Thereby do we remember that we all share one blood, one heart, one mind, one love, and one source.
Well, that's beautiful.
Thanks. Yeah, a lot of the stuff was reminding me of some of the elements of the poem. And I'm bringing everything together through the mystery of things.
It's interesting when we consider the idea of matter conducting our thought, that the mind is out there in matter. Then it sort of implies that we are all sharing one mind, where we think of our minds as separated. And it's interesting how memories exist in matter. How matter, isn't that interesting? Like, we've noticed now that we can program water crystals with thoughts, right? And until Emoto did these experiments and made them well known, and people wouldn't have believed this. But now it's pretty much understood. So what doesn't get programmed by thought?
Thought's the foundation.
That's interesting you say foundation, because that relates to the number 9 in Kabbalah, which is Ishsot. And Ish, you could say, relates to head in a way, right? The seed, which is the expression of primal fire. And we call it hod, but it could be head, because the vowels are up to our own criteria. Modern Hebrew has chosen particular vowels that has indoctrinated these vowels must be with that. But when we look at the word head, it doesn't have an O in it, does it? And when we look at what the so-called Sephirot Hot represents, it represents the head. The number 8, an infinite loop of thought, which is going on and on and on and on. And so we look at the reference of head and each head. It suddenly makes a lot more sense when we consider it from that perspective. Ish is when something's more or less head. So you could take that word ishot to mean more or less head is the foundation of matter. Which is sort of what we're getting at here, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, in Taoism, the Tao is the unseen source of all things, and so it's the mind behind all of the physical manifestations that come later of yin and yang that we see. But we can't see the Tao in the physical world, but in our minds we can learn to become one with it. And so I think that's a beautiful place when, if we're all one mind and that mind is unseen, can we go there and be together? I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we really are. We just forget. And then some people go like, you know what? We remembered. And we call them prophets or whatever. And so that's a very interesting sort of perspective to hold. So Cosmic, are there any things, is there anything else that we haven't really been covering? And also to you, Indy, are there any burning things to be said that we haven't breached with the discussion about the chain of life?
One thing would be like humans are not at the top of the food chain. We might think we are with our technology and such, but I feel like when we put the weapons down, who's really at the top? And the fact that our weapons malfunction and run out of ammunition, or we don't know how to make them, and we probably don't maintain them well. I feel like food chain has a lot more to do with our biological care. The miracle in life. And the miracle of life, what we created this technology around. I feel like it's ridiculous. So how good is this technology? I feel like there's a lot of self-purification here. And we need to start to improve. What can we do to really strengthen? I think it was said in the Mayan prophecy that the technology will weaken itself compared to turning out the new bacterium, where we will now start to use technology to strengthen the system. Where we could start to imagine, how to communicate ourselves. I think ultimately we would be more strengthened by becoming unreliant upon it. But maybe different opinions for different things. Does it make us strong to have technology? Or could be stronger with that? I feel like it's a crutch right now. That could change.
I missed the last part of what you were saying because my internet went all weird, so I had to switch broadbands. But I was getting it.
Do you think technology is a crutch, or do you think it's cheating?
Absolutely. And I like what Cosmic was saying earlier. And I've often contemplated the same thing. It's a very shamanic concept. That the animals and humans are the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
we think of ourselves as being separate to the animals, but we're not. What was that, Cosmic?
No, I was just saying. I was just agreeing.
Yeah, and like our DNA is encompassing all of the animals. And so this is why, from a shamanic perspective, we've got these animal archetypes in our consciousness, these guides that speak to us or show us or move us, because there's an aspect of the lion within me, there's an aspect of the cat, there's an aspect of the serpent, there's an aspect of the horse, there's an aspect,
Yeah, it's like every animal is an archetype for every type of human behavior. Kind of weird if you think of it like that. Like it's all just in a lot of ways, like the animal kingdom is just like kind of like a symbolic reflection of our own psyche in a way, and all the different various parts and sections.
but I think we actually carry the genetics as well.
Yeah.
Like, we've got so much DNA in our systems and in our junk DNA, so much DNA that we've got the building blocks. It almost looks like animals were taken out of our bodies.
Or you ever notice how like certain people resemble certain animals too? Like even like in terms of like facial structures, it's like every animal is essentially represented. And some people that look like birds, some people that look like lizards,
Yeah. I've always seen that. I've always told people that, and people always react. Like, they stare at me when I say, "Oh, you're a horse, or you're a cat, or you're a dog." It's a real bummer when you tell a woman that she's a dog. They never take it well. They're like, "No, I don't mean it like that," But like, I see, I'm completely with you on that. And like, have you ever known a budgie person?
Budgie?
Budgie.
I don't know what that means.
A budgie bird. Some people are like budgies.
What are the budgie birds?
Like, every human's like a different animal. But I've known people that are like a budgie. And I'm like, oh my God, this person's a budgie.
What kind of birds are they? Are they like funny or something?
Sorry?
What kind of birds are the budgie bird? I don't know if I've seen those.
I've never heard that term either.
Oh, you don't know a budgie? Oh my gosh. Let me pull one up for you. They're very small. We've got one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I just watched this really funny South African movie. It took place in Cape Town called Street Trash. It's ridiculous. It was just a horror comedy.
Okay, I'll flash you an image just so you can see it. They're beautiful. They're small. They're about this big. With a tail, they're about that big. They're like half the size of a cockatiel. There it is.
Okay, we have goldfinches that look like that.
Okay, now I see the visual reference helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing kind of too. It's like, both me and Indy, we never heard the word budgie term, but when you see a picture of it, like, oh, I know exactly what that is now. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I look at the goldfinch when I see a goldfinch. It's just like, looks like those guys. Are they green or yellow? I'm colorblind.
I think they're yellow, pretty sure. Isn't it interesting how like images are connected to words? We're talking about the chain of light, that if you don't have an image with the corresponding word, you don't have a point of reference, and that words only make sense when you have them correspond to something in reality.
Yeah. Those birds are a sign of joy to me, and happiness, and shining your light, and being out in the sun.
You know what I always enjoy? When I go outside and I see a bird I've never seen before. Not only have I never seen it like in where I live, but like I've never seen it in photographs or movies. And it's almost like it's like a bird from another like dimension or universe or something like that. And it's always like, what kind of bird is that? Like, it's weird. You think you know all the animals that exist because you read textbooks, you study biology, but then you'll see like an animal, or like I remember what's the name of it? It's like it's like a type of dog. It's like a mixed breed between, I think, like a regular kind of like pet dog and a coyote. I think it's like a coy dog. I remember seeing one of these on my watch. I'm like, is this some like undiscovered cryptid? But then I figured out like, oh, this is a real thing. You know, there's so many things in like biology we don't even know about yet. And it's always interesting when you see something that hasn't been like marked down in a science textbook, or at least you haven't seen it yourself.
Yeah, some of those coyotes, they lure out dogs, and they'll like the females will like pretend to breed with it, and then they'll all rush on it or something, apparently. But I guess sometimes they pass on their genes into the pack. So there's been like black coyotes around prevalent lately and stuff, and different ones.
Well, I think we've gotten to the point where we've done a 4-hour, and I hope you guys have enjoyed the discussion. I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah.
I hope everybody in the group
cool.
that's been watching and been a part of the chat has enjoyed it. Is there any more that you guys want to add to the topic of the chain of life, or have we saturated it fairly well?
I don't know.
I think we haven't mentioned anything about any weakest link of the chain. I think we already know the answer to that.
The weakest link. Aye. Fear. Well,
yeah.
And I suppose there's political chains. There's social chains. I suppose the social chains become a problem, you know. The chains that coordinate, like there's a chain that controls our world. The bank, the politics, the religion, no? So these constructs become a chain that sort of chain us down, like the tax man, you know, chains us down financially. The banks chain us down in terms of resource, and the politics chains us down in terms of what we're allowed to do. And so I think that's the weak link in the chain, is the lack of choice. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we feed the money up the chain. We're on the bottom now, but the collective should really be on the top. We have all the power of veto, be able to just go on a march and end everything if we want to, but it takes solidarity. So without that, we really don't have so much. When we're divided, it can be conquered easily. But we shouldn't forget that we have this power.
When we get convinced that we don't have a choice, that we don't have our own will, and we get absorbed into the collective will.
You know, I was just
think
thinking,
that's the weak link.
Sorry, interesting. Like you just kind of like jogged a weird thought in my head that there's just the way, because you say it with a different accent, that there's a similarity between the word will and world, and that we think. And see, this is what I'm getting at with my Zarfexology stuff, man. The whole idea of looking at things as a multiplicity is that it's very easy to get bogged down and limited in choices when you think your world, your universe is the only true universe, that your dimension is the only, because when you think there has to be only one world, you're very easy to get stuck in that one world. Because like, well, one of these has to be true. But when you realize they're all kind of true in different and relative ways, some being more true not in an absolute state, you then realize like, oh, I have options between different dimensions. And I think in a lot of ways, this is what the whole concept of being a dimensional traveler is really about, by recognizing that there are these alternate universes that we can explore through thought and imagination and our perspectives on life, that we can kind of really go into different realities and alter them in interesting ways.
Yeah, absolutely. We get stuck in this compressed little block, forgetting that this is just one brick in a wall. And if you undecompress, that wall is just one part of a structure. And when you decompress, that structure is one part of a city. And when you deconstruct, no? And then the scalability of just exactly how big this thing is comes into play, and realizing how we're a part of all of it.
I think it's also just like being out in very raw and brutal nature. I think we like to think of ourselves as, the top of the food chain, and we can kind of destroy the environment. But in reality, it's more kind of the other way around. It's like nature has that brutal side, and it can just wipe us out. We think we're so big, but in a lot of ways, we're, incredibly we're incredibly insignificant. But with that insignificance, that also recognize that all the structures that you fear and all the things, they're also insignificant. They're also small in the cosmic scale. So when you learn to kind of then identify with that primordial natural world and feel like you're more aligned with that, it's almost kind of like, it's not even, it's almost like just like a small, it's small potatoes when you look at sort of like the world of civilization. It's kind of like, it's almost like, oh, look at these people think that they're the center of the universe, and they have no idea. Instead of being like afraid of it all the time, it's like you take that power away. You take that power away for them to think that they're sort of the gods of the universe. But when you open yourself out to those extra dimensional worlds, you realize how, those big, foreboding gods of religion seem, but on the grander scale, they're small and insignificant, and you can kind of overpower them.
Absolutely. The scalability of reality and the consciousness. And there's Moon Feather. Namaste, Mooney. Ooh, Mooney and I are going to be doing a live on Monday, I think. So that will be, I believe, I want to get this right. I believe it will be on
You show your hand compared to that head.
EST 10 o'clock. EST 10 a.m. Monday morning, which is GMT 4 p.m. No, sorry. GMT 3 p.m. Yeah, GMT 3 p.m., EST 10 a.m. Being a busy day. Well, that's a good thing, dear Mooney. That's a good thing. Busy means, 10 p.m. EST. And 10 p.m. EST is 3 p.m. GMT. If I'm wrong, GMT people, please look it up. Because I'm like doing the best I can with all these clock changing freak show dynamics we're living through. People are like playing with the clocks, like little clock gremlins got hold of the clocks again. I'm here in Africa. We don't touch the clocks. The clocks just are what they are. We don't we're like the point of switching clocks. Just we don't get it, so we don't do it.
I used to wear a digital watch. I don't really wear one anymore, but one thing that I would do that was always kind of strange was I would reverse the PM to the AM, because my thought was, at the time I was kind of doing sort of dream yoga stuff. If it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I look at my watch and it says 3 a.m., it's almost like that signals to my brain, oh, I must be dreaming right now. And I always thought that was kind of an interesting experiment where you take the times and you switch the PM and the AM when you look at your watch. So then it's like when it's like, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and vice versa. And that kind of like, I always thought that was kind of an interesting way to kind of like shake up my reality.
That's an interesting angle to take. play backwards with time. There's something to that, I think, night and day as we see it. Puerto Rico also doesn't have clock changing. Well, that's cool. I like places that don't change clocks.
And isn't it also weird if you think about it? Because it's clearly like nighttime where you're at, Franklin. It's daytime where me and Indy are at. Yet we're both talking to each other at the same time. And isn't that a weird kind of like concept? Because you're always thinking like, everybody's, everyone around you is experiencing daytime or nighttime. But the fact that we're experiencing both sides simultaneously is really interesting. And I think actually this is the way to understand sort of the basics of nonlinear time. I found is that if you can sort of learn to feel the presence of both the daytime and the nighttime at the same time, it's almost like that linear time stream starts to get a little bit wider. And then you can start to kind of mentally kind of figure out intuitively what sort of these outer time actually feels like.
Definitely. I think there's a lot to unpack with that. These temporal concepts of this linear, of this is the time and this is the time, but it's a really good way of looking at it. It's all times of day right now, and I'm unpacking the time of day that's most appropriate to my geography right at this second. But that could all change in the blink of an eye. Could be talking to someone and it's daytime. It could be morning. You're right. It is very strange. I've always considered it as like bizarre, trying to wrap my head around it, but it is what it is. Because we're all in a different algorithm energetically, because there's a different elemental state of consciousness at play at a different time of day. Which is in itself interesting. So there's different spirits. And there's different spiritual hierarchies at play at different hours of the day. So yeah. Well, listen, guys, it's been absolutely an honor. It's been great and lovely having you guys on. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, your understanding. Thank you for everybody that's been in the chat. It's been great. I hope you guys had as much fun as I had. And I hope you got what you came for. I see there's still 10 of you here, which is great. Considering that, we go for so long. And Spiderbird, namaste. Have an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous day and excellent weekend. And yeah, you guys, I'd love for you guys to say your last pieces as well.
I don't really have much else to say. There was a pretty good convo today. And thank you to Franklin and Indy for a really cool conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Likewise.
And thank you, Franklin, for holding this space and having this great conversation available for everybody. Thanks to everybody in the audience and especially in the chat. Appreciate all your feedback, guys, and your comments. And anybody wants to check out some of my information, you can find my blog at vibetribescribe.wordpress.com.
Vibetribescribe@wordpress.com. Check it out.
Yeah.
.org, did you say?
.wordpress.com.
.wordpress.com. Well, I think if you go to WordPress and you put Vibe Tribe Scribe in there, it'll pop it up. Well, thank you, everybody. It's been an honor. Thank you, brothers. It's been an honor. I hope you guys have an absolutely wonderful day, afternoon. Yeah, afternoon and evening.
Yeah, it's afternoon.
And how's your cat, Cosmic?
I do not have a cat. I haven't had one for a while.
You don't have a cat?
No.
Have you not thought of getting one?
I can't really get a cat in this particular situation in my life. Let's just say that the people who I live with don't want another cat, essentially. But when I get to a different place, maybe I'll get a cat. But I've had cats before. I have had a cat before, and my sisters have cats that they bring over on the holidays. So I am
But you-
definitely a cat person for sure.
You've got cats where you live, though.
Yeah, I mean where I live, like not in my house, but sometimes other neighbors have cats that are like outside and stuff when I go on my walks.
Ah, okay.
And they'll like walk up to
Yeah.
me.
I always think of you as a cat person. I love cats. I love dogs too. I'm a both person. Like when I go down the street, cats come to me, and then I get home and my dogs are like, traitor.
I feel like I vibe more with cats because I'm a little bit more kind of like introverted and kind of like zone out a lot. And I always feel guilty because like dogs, they always want like, so much attention. Oh, play with me. And I'm always just kind of like, like in another, place in my head. But with cats, it's kind of like they're on the same wavelength as that. So I can definitely sort of relate to them more on an energetic level. And they're kind of mysterious and closed off and enigmatic and kind of like me. So I relate to them more in that way.
Your cats are interesting, man. They're a force into nature. Meow. 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 Oh, whoops! I'm getting my dogs excited. Well, big love, brothers. Take care. Have an absolutely awesome day. Oh, there's a little chihuahua. Beautiful. Little one. Ah, he's so cute. He wants a kiss from the kitty. You see that? Loving. Oh, let me get some. and she's saying like, look, that buddy, you don't touch.
Right.
There's some places you don't touch, buddy. Much love.
Much love.
Big blessings.
Take it easy,
Big
guys.
blessings to you all. Naomi,
That's it.
Vincent, Spiderbird, everybody in the chat. Have an absolutely awesome, gorgeous day. Bum Shiva. Shiva Shambho.
Yeah.
Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Big love, brother.